individuals who addressed their opioid use disorder with Ibogaine some time ago, Ms. Juliana Mulligan and Ms. Jessica Blackman. For those of you who are within the state but who are not native to Frankfort, welcome to your state capital. And for our out-of-town guests, and especially our assembled experts who have traveled from across the country, from New York to California and Florida, to be here, welcome to the Commonwealth of Kentucky. We will begin with an opening statement from Dr. Kenneth Alper.
I'm providing testimony today at the request of the Kentucky Opioid Abatement Advisory Commission. I have no conflict of interest to report, no financial interest in Ibogaine or its development. I graduated medical school from the University of Texas at San Antonio in 1984. I completed my residency in the Department of Psychiatry at the New York University School of Medicine with a subsequent research fellowship that focused on quantitative analysis of the EEG in cocaine users. As a clinical associate professor of psychiatry and neurology, I served a full-time role as a neuropsychiatrist with the NYU Comprehensive Epilepsy Center. I presently work in private practice as a clinical psychopharmacologist, and I do research on psychedelics as a visiting scientist at the Nathan Klein Institute for Psychiatric Research, a New York State-funded research campus located north of Manhattan. I am among the most frequently cited authors on the subject of Ibogaine in the scientific literature. My work with Ibogaine began in 1995 when a colleague introduced me to Howard Lotsof. Howard Lotsof was the first to observe the effect of Ibogaine in physical dependence on opioids, which he did in the setting of a group of lay drug experimenters in 1962. He eventually went on to persuade the National Institute on Drug Abuse to undertake its program of research on Ibogaine from 1991 to 1995. In 1999, I organized the first international conference of on Ibogaine at NYU with participation by NIH-supported researchers as well as lay providers of Ibogaine treatment. The conference produced the first English language scientific text on the subject, which I edited with Stanley Glick, the leading preclinical researcher on Ibogaine and my principal scientific mentor in the field, as well as Jeffrey Cordell, a leading natural product chemist and an expert on plant alkaloids. My work with Ibogaine can be classified into three respective headings: medical ethnography, forensic toxicology, and experimental pharmacology. An ethnographer accesses a cultural setting and studies it by intensively interviewing its participants. By the term medical ethnography, I emphasize extracting valid clinical observations from diverse settings. Up to and during the time that I engaged this work, Ibogaine was often administered by lay treatment providers in non-medical settings for the treatment of physical dependent on opioids, mainly heroin. Opioid withdrawal is a clinically robust syndrome. People who are severely physically dependent on opioids become obviously symptomatic and ill when opioids are abruptly stopped. Symptoms include nausea and vomiting, muscle aches and tension, sweating, insomnia, anxiety. This can be appreciated by lay providers of Ibogaine treatment, regardless of the lack of a formal medical credential. Detoxification from opioids is the alleviation of physical dependence such that withdrawal symptoms do not occur when opioids are withheld. Conventionally, this is most often done with gradually decreasing dosages of opioid agonists. An opioid agonist, for example morphine or methadone, binds to the receptor and activates it, distinct from an antagonist, for example naloxone or naltrexone, which binds to receptors and blocks it. Methadone and the partial agonist buprenorphine are typically administered for opioid detoxification in successively decreasing dosages over days or weeks. In contrast, Ibogaine was being used as a single dosage with stabilization of withdrawal over a time frame with an onset consistent with oral absorption, followed by sustained resolution of withdrawal. There appeared to be a substantive effect of Ibogaine in opioid detoxification that was evident even in the non-medical settings in which Ibogaine was being used. And the effect of placebo in detoxification from opioids is clinically negligible. The effect of Ibogaine in opioid detoxification sets it apart from other psychedelics such as LSD or psilocybin, which diminish alcohol use, but do not have the effect that Ibogaine has in opioid detoxification. Two papers are representative of the medical ethnography aspect of my work. both of which I wrote with Howard Lotsoff as a co-author. Our study of a historic case series of opioid detoxifications in the Netherlands and New York illustrates the extraction of clinical information from intensive interviews of participants in non-medical settings, which I referenced with the term medical ethnography. This also applies to a survey of the world settings of Ibogaine use as of 2006, and a paper entitled The Ibogaine Medical Subculture, which confirmed that Ibogaine was most often used for the purpose of detoxification from opioids across the global settings of its use at that time. This early work is consistent with subsequent observational studies involving more conventional settings and/or structured clinical rating instruments. As of 2022, publications of case reports and observational studies have documented treatment outcomes of a collective total of 705 patients, 55% of whom sought treatment for opioid use disorder. My work in forensic toxicology was intended to inform efforts to make Ibogaine safer. I collaborated with the New York City Office of the Chief Medical Examiner on a study in which we analyzed autopsy reports of deaths temporarily related to the use of Ibogaine. We found that Ibogaine-related deaths often involve pre-existing medical, particularly cardiac conditions, and other additional factors, including forms of Ibogaine of uncertain or impure composition, or co-ingestion of substances of abuse. I believe that many of these deaths were likely preventable. This highlights the need for adequate medical supervision during Ibogaine treatment, minimally including cardiac monitoring, regulation of cardiac rate, and the management of serum levels and total body stores of potassium and magnesium. My work in experimental pharmacology includes a study aimed at the question of whether Ibogaine and some of its structural analogs are opioid agonists. This is an important question, because if Ibogaine is not an opioid agonist, and since the mechanisms of action of other medications used clinically to treat opioid withdrawal can be ruled out, then Ibogaine's mechanism of action in opioid withdrawal is novel. One of the authors of this study was the late Eric Simon at NYU, a co-discoverer of the opioid receptor and the person who coined the term endorphin. The project involved 6 respective NIH or major university teaching center laboratories of 3 senior NIH-supported investigators, a NIDA intramural lab chief, and 2 natural product chemists. Officially funded by only a small internal grant, the added value volunteered by my collaborators was much greater. It was a classic example of bootlegging, an academic research term for creative reallocation of existing resources. Much of my work on Ibogaine was accomplished without funding in an era in which funding for psychedelics was not available. But this was possible with Ibogaine because serious academic researchers found it to be so interesting. We found that Ibogaine is not...
Dr. Kramer should be able to join now. I was just...
To our surprise, it acted as a weak antagonist. Its mechanism of action is novel, which suggests that Ibogaine could provide a basis for the development of fundamentally innovative pharmacotherapy. The need for innovation in the treatment of opioid use disorder is clear. In preparing for my testimony here, I reviewed the literature on the pharmacotherapy of OUD with emphasis on high-quality recent reviews and meta-analyses. I would conclude the following based on what I read. Only a fraction of those with OUD access medication-assisted therapy, and when they do, a third or more will drop out within 8 months, and mean lengths in stay in treatment are on the order of 6 to 8 months. While in treatment, use of illicit opioids is 20 to 60%. Completion of detoxification fails 1/3 to 1/2 of the time, and even if successful, is followed by relapse within 4 to 6 weeks, 75% to 80% of the time. Nonetheless, there is no question that currently available medications for OUD are effective compared to placebo or no medication, and that they save lives. There is also broad agreement that improvement of the effectiveness of treatment for OUD is needed. I will defer to Mr. Hubbard and the state's attorneys general regarding the question of whether settlement funds may properly be used for therapeutic drug development. However, if extending treatment options beyond what is currently available is a settlement aim, Ibogaine may provide a valid and potentially transformative objective. Because its mechanism of action is apparently novel, Ibogaine represents an approach to improving on existing treatment with a prototype for fundamentally innovative pharmacotherapy.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Deborah Mash.
Good morning to all of you, and thank you so much. It is indeed an honor to be here today to present to you work that I've been involved with for over 30 years. May I have my first slide, please? I'm going to run through these very quickly. We've heard an excellent summary by my colleague, Dr. Alper. And what I want to do today is to use a few slides just to supplement some of the information that he has given us. I think we have that slide up. There we are. So you have my curriculum vitae. I am a professor emerita from the University of Miami Miller School of Medicine, where my original academic work on ibogaine was done. Next slide. Please. By way of full disclosure, I'm also the CEO and founder of Demorex, which is a company incorporated in Miami that in 2018, I left the University of Miami to go at the height of the opioid epidemic because I wanted to work full-time on this. I believed that you have one chance in life to make a difference, and I have had a really good run at the university, and I wanted to rededicate myself to this full-time, so that's what I've done.
Dr. Mash, if you don't mind, bring that microphone in close to you. So
Certainly.
it can be picked up on the live stream we are running.
Thank you. Everyone here knows the opioid crisis that we are faced with today, and all of us have been touched deeply in some way by someone that we know, that we've lost, or families that have been completely wrecked and disrupted. But on this slide, even with the expansion and with the importance of having more medicines available to treat patients, people are still dying. And if you look at fentanyl, it's a chemical weapon attack on our country. And if we put this in context, it's equivalent of a plane crash a day in the United States of people dying. The cost of us, the societal costs, are in the trillions of dollars. We all pay as taxpayers, states, federal level. We are, as Americans, are being gobbled up in the costs. And families are wrecked. Families want to save their children, they mortgage their homes. I mean, we know all of this. And I read a very interesting and important review publication from the University of Kentucky looking at the individual costs to the state from deaths and disease. Kentucky ranks 4th of 38 states reporting. Next slide, please. Why is it so hard to get off drugs? We've learned a lot from the neuroscience. I'm a neuroscientist, neuropharmacologist. We've learned a lot about the brain in the last 20 years and throughout all of human history. And what we know is that hard drugs, opioids, hijack the brain. They rewire the brain. And so when you detox and you can get through the first stage of withdrawal, you've still got all the reset that needs to be done. Next slide. And so patients, we have medicines, and I'll name them in a minute, to manage the acute signs of opioid withdrawal. But then you get somebody clean, and you put them into treatment, or you put them into rehab, or you work with them in outpatient settings, and what happens? They're at high risk for relapse. We understand that. Next slide. The medicines that are approved are methadone and lofexidine. Methadone is an opioid agonist, as Dr. Alper explained. It's helped a lot of people. Lofexidine is a non-opioid detox that was approved in 2018. The National Institute on Drug Abuse put money in for advancing both of those molecules for FDA approval. Buprenorphine is an agonist. It is approved and used off-label for withdrawal management. Of course, clonidine, which is an alpha adrenergic, has also been around for a long time. There's nothing new. The molecules that are in the pipeline are not there. And Big Pharma has not stepped up to the plate. Addiction medicine is specialty pharma. Next slide, please. In 1992, at the height of the height of the cocaine epidemic in Miami, I heard about this molecule. And I go back further than Ken Upper, because, next slide please. I went to see Ibogaine treatments with my own eyes in Amsterdam. When I was working with law enforcement, medical examiner departments, and I was witnessing these deaths. And I heard about Ibogaine through some work that I was doing on the cocaine problem in Miami-Dade. And I thought, this can't be real. This cannot be real. But I was curious, because when I researched it and I learned more about it, I said, well, there may be something here, and I'm gonna find out. Next slide, please. And so, this is a brief history of Ibogaine. I'm not gonna go into this, but in 1992, I traveled to Amsterdam with a colleague of mine. I saw 3 people take Ibogaine with my own eyes. I saw it block opioid withdrawals. I had a medical colleague with me there. Couldn't do any research, but I did collect urine, and I brought it back to Miami-Dade, and we identified the active metabolite of Ibogaine. With that information, I went to my colleagues at the National Institute on Drug Abuse. I was newly funded with a grant there, so they knew me. I went up there, I said, you have to know about this. This is something important. We've got to look at it. Either this works or it doesn't. But given the magnitude of the problem, we need to leave no stone unturned. As I sit here today, that is my same opening statement to you. So 1993, we filed with the FDA. And my colleague, Dr. Kramer, who was my medical review officer, is also on the Zoom, and he'll be here to answer questions for you. I went up to the FDA and we got permission in 1995, and again, not full green light to go forward. Next slide, please. But unfortunately, we couldn't get the funding for it. So I started the work at the University of Miami with my colleagues. We assembled an incredible team, because drug development is very hard and you need experts. Next slide. So I did something at the time which was unusual, and it was with permission of the University of Miami Miller School of Medicine. My dean and my dean of research and my dean of the Miller School of Medicine allowed us to go offshore. And I established a research and development program in the island of St. Kitts. Prime Minister was a medical doctor there. I had been doing research with an NIAAA funded grant there, so I knew my way around. We had government permission to do this. The drug came into the country. It stayed in the government pharmacy, and people flew in from around the United States and elsewhere to take Ibogaine. And we assembled the largest safety database of Ibogaine treatments, open label observational studies published in this paper in 2018. There were 277 patients who took Ibogaine in that setting. And when I started, there was no information. Professor Freeman on the pharmacology, on the pharmacokinetics. We had very little information, but what we demonstrated there was not only that it benefited people, but we also demonstrated that it could be administered safely under full medical monitoring. And let me stress to you, these were people that were very sick. These were people that failed the standard of care, that had multiple detoxes and treatment episodes, more than 10 years hardcore drug use. Next slide, please. So this tries to talk about, again, back to the question I gave you, why can't people detox and stay clean? Why? So what we think from the neuroscience is that yes, you can use medications to treat the acute withdrawal, but we talk about the brain, and you're gonna learn excellent information from my colleague to the right on what's going on in the brain in a minute, so I'm not going to belabor this. But as patients detox and they're clean, they're white knuckling their transition to abstinence. And it's because of this protracted negative affect. You're in a deep, dark hole. Next slide, please.
Next slide.
And the cravings and the trait-related personality issues, in addition to these protracted withdrawals, symptoms are what fuels this problem, in addition to mood, disrupted mood. Next slide. I'm almost done. We asked patients, did this drug help you? And the thing that was so amazing for us, our counselors, was the observations that, one, this wasn't a recreational drug. People do not want to repeat this. This is not a drug that's going to be abused, all right? But there were the endorsement, and this is online. People endorse that it was beneficial for their drug problem, that they were given insight, that they reconnected with their spiritual core. They felt reborn, cleansed, healed, and they told us that they understood their disruptive behavior. So there was this cognition enhancement. They were thinking straight. And in that way, it's an adjuvant to behavioral therapy. It sets the stage. Pre-contemplative, contemplative, ready for change. Next slide. I'm almost done. So the excitement today as I sit here is what you're going to hear from Dr. Nolan Williams, is that these drugs, this drug, this class of molecules, ibogaine in particular, opens plasticity in the brain, and this is, we believe, why we will be able to prove in effective and well-designed clinical trials that this drug is transformative. And I think that's my last slide. One more slide for you, is that it fits. We have buprenorphine, yes, and we're gonna talk a lot about that today, I'm sure. We have methadone, we have naltrexone, the antagonist, but ibogaine fits in that last box, all right? You heard the numbers on relapse, we all know them, but what we want to be able to demonstrate, working in public and private partnership, is that this drug can help break the cycle of addiction. Last slide, please. And promote that transition to abstinence-based treatments. Next slide. And we need to address this problem. We need to break the cycle of addiction, and we can and we will do that with your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mash. Dr. Sarah Nevis-Rao.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for inviting me to this hearing today, and actually welcoming me back home. So, thought I'd give a little bit of background myself, as well as my journey to the drug development of ibogaine. I'm actually from Kentucky, so I moved here in 5th grade and to Whitesburg, Kentucky, and went to school there. I graduated from Whitesburg High School, and then went on to Yale University. So I did my undergrad and a master's degree in computer engineering, really focusing on biomedical applications. And then got accepted to the medical sciences training program, the MD-PhD program at Yale Medical School. So my PhD work was actually neuropharmacology, focused on the frontal cortex, and it's quite relevant to what we're going to be talking about earlier today. And also talking about really focusing on cognition aspects of cognition. So I then went on to do my internship at Yale New Haven Hospital, and then at that point had a pretty strong background that gave me a lot of different options. I decided to go to the dark side and join industry, and I have been in drug development ever since, so over 20 years at this point. I have been mainly on the entrepreneurial side, so been at small companies. I really enjoyed building things and building new companies. So that's really been my focus, mostly in the neuroscience space, almost exclusively in the neuroscience space. Startups, essentially, very small companies. And it's given me a lot of opportunities to really understand the drug development process, because I've been involved in everything from literally preclinical, so animal model work, through clinical development, all the way through phase 1, 2, and 3, as well as post-marketing commitments, which is so-called phase 4. I've actually started commercial organizations. I've been, had as part of the stakeholders I've had to talk with, including the FDA, foreign regulatory authorities, as well as payers. So literally have run the entire spectrum. In terms of, going back to why ibogaine, we have to go back to Whitesburg. And, I grew up, it wasn't that many years, but it was obviously a very formative set of years. 5th grade through 12th grade. And, you know, it was a great place to grow up, and I've said that multiple times to friends and people who have asked. It was, you know, there was a strong sense of community. It was a really safe place to grow up. And that's what I remember the most about it. And, you know, I left a long time ago, to be sure. I mean, well over 30 years ago at this point. My parents left about a decade ago. And, you know, I visit intermittently, and what was obvious that the nature of the community had changed over that time, over that intermediate time. And, you know, I think some of the community bonds had weakened a bit. And, you know, again, when I was growing up there, we never locked, you know, the anecdote I give is we never locked doors. You know, our house, that, you know, I don't think, I'm sure it had a lock on it, but we never used it, and ditto with cars, and when you were driving, or, you know, when you were at a store, it was just such a safe place to live. And my parents started to feel more unsafe there as the years progressed, and there was more petty theft, and, you know, and then, break-ins nearby. I think we all know what we can attribute this to. I mean, this is, you know, as the 90s progressed, as things changed, you know, this is what the opioid epidemic did to Appalachia, right? This is what it did to Southeast Kentucky. And it's, you know, something that's always stuck with me. Now, many of you are familiar with the fact that, you know, a lot of this addiction, certainly early on, really started with the treatment of pain with opioids. And I've been heavily involved in pain therapy and pain drug development for a long time. And again, this is in part because of this background in Kentucky. So I was the innovator behind a compound called milnacipran. So from the concept to ultimate approval in 2009 as Sabella for milnacipran for the treatment of fibromyalgia. Another company called Abatement, I was chief medical officer, and they're you know, had a drug under development, which is a so-called atypical opioid. So something that could give opioid levels of pain relief, but without the addiction, without the respiratory depression, which of course causes death. So that actually brings me to Atai. So Atai, we founded about 5 years ago. In fact, we just celebrated our 5th anniversary. And we, you know, it was formed because of the unmet medical need in the mental health space. I mean, that was the mandate. And we were fortunate to have some very good backers initially right out the gate. It allowed us to take risks and to really look for therapies that change the paradigm. We've talked a little bit about ibogaine, but there's other things like that. So we're developing for subsidiaries DMT, dimethyltryptamine, as well as psilocybin, and MDMA derivative. What's unique about all these compounds is exactly what is unique about ibogaine. A single administration or a short series of administrations changes the brain. So, you know, let's just focus on depression for the moment. Depression, everybody's familiar with SSRIs like Prozac. They don't change anything too fundamental, right? They kind of narrow the band of emotional, you know, narrow your emotional range a little bit, gets you through the depression, and gets you, you know, at least gets you out of the deep throes of it. The psychedelic compounds seem to be able to change that. And for PTSD, MDMA has been recently shown to have a profound effect on that particular indication, which is really, really difficult to treat. There was really nothing else that's particularly good out there in terms of medication treatment. So so this kind of focus, this interest in paradigm shifting drugs took us, you know, not surprisingly given my background, you know, took us to opioid use disorder, and then took us to ibogaine. And if you look up ibogaine, you find Deborah. And so we started talking in 2019, and then Atai took a majority share in Demrac. So I've been working very closely with Deborah ever since then. So, you know, a lot of my focus again has been on everything from preclinical to working on formulation to the clinical trials. So I've been heavily involved with her on all of those. Atai's structure is such that we have either wholly owned subsidiaries or partially owned subsidiaries. We have our R&D development team at the Atai level, and so we have been deploying that and supporting Deborah over the past couple of years, getting ibogaine through clinical development. So currently at phase 1, looking forward to getting that through into phase 2 in the not too distant future. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. We have appearing remotely Dr. Douglas Kramer. Hold on just 1 second, Dr. Kramer. We got to put your audio on.
Unmute.
everybody here familiar with technology knows, sometimes you've got to tinker around a little bit to make it run as it should.
Sir, we've got an issue with our audio, give me 1 second, sir.
Are you able to enlarge the screen as well?
Doctor, you can go ahead, sir. Doctor, you go ahead, sir.
Sure. So I'm Doug Kramer. I'm a pathologist by training. I spent the last 30 years of my career in drug development, mostly in addiction. And when I was at FDA about 30 years ago, I was one of the original reviewers on Dr. Nash's Abatement. And after that, I was at Purdue Pharma for a time where I worked supporting their buprenorphine product, and I became interested in farm production. I moved on to Sheridan Bio, where I worked on the approval of Suboxone in the EU, including its risk management plan. And I worked with some of my colleagues in the harm reduction field to provide a development plan for pre-hospital naloxone, which is of course now has just gone over the counter, but this was the original prescription development plan. And I've known Dr. Nash for 30 years and always been impressed with her commitment to providing alternative treatments for drug users, particularly Ibogaine. So I'm happy to help out.
Thank you, Dr. Kramer. I have one question for you, just to confirm for purposes of our audience. Tell us about your experience at FDA with Abatement.
So I was a medical reviewer at FDA when Dr. Nash had her original IND. I was called upon specifically when she had she had reported a death that needed to be evaluated because I was a pathologist.
All right.
Will you please state for the record that that was a death that occurred in Amsterdam, not in St. Kitts, please?
I think it was the death I think occurred in Miami. Was it not that? Was that not the death?
There were two that were reported to you, Doug. This was a long time ago, but there was subject NH in Amsterdam that was treated, and then subject NK died from natural causes. But the importance of that was pathology.
We'll get into that pathology as questioning progresses. Thank you for being here, Dr. Kramer.
I didn't hear you.
I said, we will get back to the question of pathology reports related to those two deaths that were referenced by Dr. Mash in subsequent questioning. Thank you for being present with us for this first portion of this hearing. Dr. Nolan Williams.
Thanks for having me. I was just here 2 months ago in Kentucky giving grand rounds to UK, so I'm back again and appreciate it. Good to be back in the South. I was born and raised in Charleston, South Carolina, and lived there until I was 32. So I attended the Medical University of South Carolina and for medical school and neurology and psychiatry residencies, as well as my research fellowship, and then was recruited off to Stanford. And I've been in California since then. So yeah, I'm a specialist in treatment-resistant neuropsychiatric conditions. And so I develop new treatments for neuropsychiatric conditions that can't be treated with conventional treatments that are available through FDA means. And so we've focused on depression, obsessive-compulsive disorder, PTSD, pain, and we've been successful in getting one of our treatments all the way through the FDA. So we had an FDA breakthrough status, an FDA clearance, and a proposed rule from something called a new treatment add-on payment to create a new category within inpatient psychiatric care. And what that treatment does, and it's a neuromodulation treatment, it actually rapidly treats people in suicidal depression and can get them out of suicidal depression in 1 to 5 days. I've also been involved in implanted devices for neuropsychiatric conditions and taking care of people with opioid use disorder that had an implanted device for OCD and had opioid use disorder get better. And in 2018, I was approached by a group of individuals that wanted me to study Ibogaine. And I'm here as kind of the newer investigator on this panel. I cannot, because the data is in peer review, I can't describe to you today our results, but what I can do is come back at a later date once the paper is all the way through peer review, which I think is about 4 to 6 weeks, and talk to you about the specifics of it. But yeah, I was approached in 2018 and I had to take a look at this compound called Ibogaine and make a decision of whether or not I was going to run a study on it. And at the time, I was approached by a couple of former Navy SEALs and special operators that had gone down to Mexico to receive Ibogaine for, what they described as traumatic brain injury at the time. And so, at that point in 2018, I think maybe less than 100 people had gone down to Mexico. They were all special operators in our military, so they crossed the border, they went to Mexico, they received Ibogaine, and when they returned, they said that they were symptomatically, dramatically better, right? And so, I was a little hesitant, as some of you may be, about being involved in a study like this. Stanford was also hesitant about being in a study like this because, the reported deaths in the past because of the cardiac toxicity. And we took a strategy of co-administration of substances that reduce arrhythmia and, kind of went forward with this collaboration with a clinic in Mexico. And so, I agreed to this because in my kind of, the way I think about what I do is I take some risks to develop treatments to get people that don't respond to everything else better. And there are a good amount of these people in various psychiatric conditions and neurological conditions. And, you have to take these risks at a level to be able to get new treatments out there. And so we took this risk. We took the risk of studying these individuals at Stanford. They went down to Mexico, they received the Ibogaine, they crossed the border again, and came back to Stanford. We reevaluated them, and then we evaluated them at 1 month and then followed them out. We're still following them. And, we did the most comprehensive evaluation I think that's ever been done on Ibogaine patients. They got brain imaging, EEG, something called TMS EEG, which is another way of looking at electrophysiology, neurocognitive evaluations, psychiatric evaluations as far as diagnoses, as well as symptom scales across a broad domain of symptoms, basically all of the symptoms that one could imagine a psychiatric patient would have. as well as traumatic brain injury disability scales. And, I can tell you now, there's been about 1,000 special operators that have crossed the border and gone to Mexico to receive Ibogaine. To my knowledge, there have been 0 fatalities throughout that entire process. There have been 0 symptomatic arrhythmias that have resulted from this. In our study, we had no serious adverse events. We had 1 person with asymptomatic bradycardia that needed a simple, what we call atropine, a simple medication, and their pulse went back up to normal. And what I can say without kind of breaking the peer review process is I've shown this to a number of current and former chairs of psychiatric departments, as well as members of the National Academy of Science, as well as former American Psychiatric Association presidents, and they said that the findings were shocking, and they've never seen a drug do this before. And I've shown the brain imaging results to neuroimagers. They've never seen this before. It's the most striking thing I've ever seen.
Dr. Williams, we are about to take our very first break. We're ahead of schedule, but I want to clarify. You mentioned that your findings are currently under peer review.
Yes, sir.
Explain, if you would, that process.
Yeah, so, what I can tell you is that every data set that gets submitted for a paper, in a journal has to go through and have peers, so people who, are experts in those general areas. They'll go through and read your paper, make comments, make suggestions, and then those suggestions get sent back to the authors. The authors make decisions about whether they're gonna take those suggestions or not, and the editors have to kind of adjudicate that process, and that happens over the course of a couple of months. And then once the editors are happy and feel that the changes that have been made are sufficient, then they will decide if they're gonna accept the paper or not. So we're pretty far along on that process. Everything's looking good. This is one of the major biomedical journals in the world. We're hoping to show you the paper sooner than later.
You estimate that will be forthcoming within the next 6 to 8 weeks.
It looks like that, yes. Yes, sir.
Thanks to each of you, esteemed individuals, for being here with us. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to get right back on schedule at the conclusion of 10 minutes, and we'll begin with questions that will be initiated by Secretary Friedlander. 9:51, we'll reconvene at 10:01.
I said I was going to buy y'all a Keurig. It's empty. It was when I was there. I'm gonna get y'all a big coffee pot.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Just making a couple of minor edits based on what's happened this morning.
03, and we are ready, I believe, to come back to order. Dr. Kramer has had some technological issues on and off, and we will try to maintain connection to him throughout. Now, for my colleagues here on the commission, I want to refer you to Ms. Inyon Telfair, one of the commission staff advisors that you all know well. She will be keeping time. She will give an indication when you have 2 minutes left, and then she will give a red indicator when the 5 minutes of question time is up. And if you utilize all that 5 minutes, we'll move to the next commission member. If you don't utilize all of that 5 minutes, then we'll rotate over to the next, and we will begin with CHFS Secretary Eric Freelander. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, and I can't see her, so somebody may have to give me the high sign down there. If y'all could do that, that'd be great.
I'll stand up.
Oh, all right, perfect, thank you. First, I'd just like to say, for those here and for the record, I believe that there is a lot of emerging science happening. A lot of emerging science happening around psychedelics all across the board, around brain stimulation, many exciting pieces that are occurring, and things that we need to have as many options and complementary therapies as we can, particularly once they get through the FDA process. So I think that's an important thing to know. Dr. Williams, I'm so glad you're here. I spoke with you earlier. Thank you for your tremendous and groundbreaking research on both the psychedelic side of it, but in particular the deep brain stimulation, ECT, SNT, all of those things where you have really pioneered, I think, that kind of brain, direct working with brain stimulation for what really have been treatment-resistant conditions. And so, true, we don't have anything in many of the areas that you're looking at, and so the promise that your work holds for actually working on, I don't want to say cure, but it almost feels that way, where we have had no hope, or very little hope, particularly around significant depression and other issues in that way. I just want to say thank you for that, and I'm glad that you're here. Thank you.
Thanks for saying that, I really appreciate it.
So you referenced your ketamine work,
Yep.
which I think has gone all the way through FDA trials, right? You're at the other end. There's actually a code that some people may pay for, which is fantastic. I want to ask you a little bit about that process. I think it's an important piece to understand, and I'm sure other folks will ask you more about that. That process where you started, you've gone through all the phases of the FDA trial system, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So how long did that take? Because it's a promising practice.
Yeah, that's a great question. So just to clarify, we had done ketamine mechanism work where we established the opiate system being necessary for producing antidepressant effects with ketamine. And then the kind of FDA processes that I've been involved with were specifically around our rapid-acting neuromodulation approach, where we were inventors of the technology, of the rapid version of the technology, did the open label trials, did the subsequent blinded trials, submitted a data package to the FDA for breakthrough status, submitted a data package again for the FDA for FDA clearance of a device, submitted a data package to something called the CMS New Treatment Add-on Payment, which is specific to inpatient codes. Sat in with CMS around that process, and there was what they call proposed rule for that was issued by CMS about a month ago. It was an open comment period where 70 clinicians commented. All but one were extremely positive, one was kind of neutral. And then that new treatment add-on payment determination happens in a month for that particular technology. Started on that work in 2014. We'll hopefully see a CMS reimbursement structure you know, in an ideal world this year in a month, right? So these processes are long. In order to do this right, as many of the panel members know, you have to, you know, spend the time to do safe studies, to really work through all the processes, to make sure that you're taking all the appropriate steps, and that you're working with patients, right? That you're working with the individuals that need these therapies. And as you pointed out earlier, you know, no matter what you're looking at, opioid use disorder, depression, anxiety, obsessive compulsive disorder, all these areas, you have these treatment-resistant individuals in which no treatment that's FDA approved works, and that's really where we kind of specialize. And so in this case, it's this particular clinical scenario of patients that come in to psychiatric hospitals and emergencies, and in the case of 90% of US psychiatric hospitals, there's no electroconvulsive therapy. In the 10%, most people don't get it because a lot of people don't want it for, you know, a variety of reasons. And so this provides a treatment in that setting. And so that's really where I, as you know, you did a great summary of my work, kind of zoom in. I'm really looking to try to treat people that fall in the cracks. They're the people that are kind of the hardest to treat. And that's why I got interested in IBA.
Thank you. So at this point, there's not an add-on yet for the psych hospital treatment, is that correct? And it's an inpatient treatment at this point?
Yeah, I mean, there's a proposed, what they call a proposed rule, Kara, that had an open comment period that was extremely positive. And so if that were to become what they call the final rule for CMS, it would start in 2024, April of 2024. And so that's pretty close, you know.
That's great. Have any of the private insurers covered some of this?
There have been a handful of private insurances that would cover it on single case agreements. With any new, particularly device treatment, but with any new treatment, there's a slow process of insurance, particularly private insurance, kind of coming on the line.
Oh, I got the hook. Wow, I was just getting started. All right, hopefully I'll have some more time. But thank you for that, and again, appreciate the work that you've done.
Thank you so much.
Director Ingram.
First off, thank you all for coming and sharing your knowledge. Last night I read through your biographies and what have you, and a lot of brain power at that table, there's no doubt about it. So thank you for bringing that to Kentucky. I'm not qualified to talk about the science of this. I'm an old policeman that fell into a good job in state government. But I am kind of cynical, because I've met in those 19 years with lots of people who said, Van, I've got the cure for the opioid epidemic. They were drug makers, had apps, they had machines, they had all this stuff. I don't think there is any silver bullet to a very complicated disease. But I'm concerned about the business side of this. And so I have a few questions, probably most at you, Dr. Mash, since you're kind of the leader of this drive. Have you approached any other states about opioid abatement money?
No, I have not personally. I have presented, I've been called in, I provided public testimony years ago in Maryland, the State House, but I have not.
Are you considering going after opioid abatement funds in other states?
I have not discussed a plan to do so, myself personally. No, I know that I believe that there is a movement now, since even before the announcement of the effort in Kentucky, but I have not been called in. I recently wrote a letter of support for Colorado, a group that was working in Colorado, but those are the only ones.
What about private dollars? Do you have a significant amount of private dollars?
I have my own money in this, sir, and my family's money as well. So, by way of background, in 2018, I mentioned to you that I left the university and I took back over Demorex, served proxies, and reorganized the company under Chapter 11. And during that time, there were many, the people who supported the original Demorex were high net worth individuals primarily, and people who had loved ones who had suffered from addiction, as you would imagine. And so we originally founded Demorex. I was the chief scientific officer at the beginning, and then when I went back in 2018, I came in as the CEO to work full-time on advancing Ibogaine and also the active metabolite of Ibogaine. And we raised funds. We raised DIP financing during the Chapter 11 and then some exit financing, so many millions to do that. And then we were contacted when we came out of Chapter 11 by Atai Life Sciences. This is all public knowledge, and we are working with them.
So what do you estimate it would take dollar-wise to get Ibogaine from where it is to part of the approved drugs?
I think it depends very much, you know, we all know the numbers, you know, the numbers that it takes for drug development for central nervous system drugs, and this is an addiction medicine product. But a lot of money has already gone in to advance many of the pieces that are necessary to get into treatment in a phase 2 study design. So animal studies, some of it funded by the National Institute on Drug Abuse, we heard the reference to that. Money that we've spent in DEMREX, money that's been spent at the Atai level, so what would be called IND enabling in the US. And then the safety studies, the bioanalytical studies, good manufacturing practice, drug product, so drug substance to drug product, millions of dollars to perfect that, and we have that now. So we're ready to get into patients. Why I hesitate to make a number, 60 million, 100 million, is that when we begin our discussions with the FDA and with some luck, where we're able to bring in strategic dollars, I believe that this can go very quickly, and I defer my time to Dr. Rao to make a comment.
Yeah, I mean, so the general statement on drug development is, you know, people estimate on the order of 10 years and on the order of 600, 800 million per drug. And that includes some of the monies that go into discovery state assets that fail very quickly. So that's the totality of it. You know, in general, we are allocating a fair amount of money at the Atai level to Ibogaine development. Certainly have allocated quite a bit to get this into phase 2, as well as our other drugs. So we are a publicly traded company. We IPO'd back in 21. So, you know, again, I think, you know, there's lots of good data here. You had mentioned there's been a lot of people that said we've got the cure. I would never say we have the cure. I've said all along that any drug is going to work for some set of people well. And it's not going to work at all for another group of individuals. Whether that is DMT, psilocybin, Ibogaine, or whatever. It's just the brain is complex. The indicative diseases in these cases, they are, and opioid use disorder is a disease, is varied, right? I mean, different pathophysiology is driving that in different individuals. So there's no way it's going to benefit everybody. But we are going to we're doing high science on all of these. We're doing very rigorous studies to get these assets through.
It's an acquired disease, right? The disease of addiction. And so Ibogaine is an addiction, a very powerful addiction interrupter. Okay, cure, we don't use the word. You know, I believe that we can go fast. I believe the open label data, the observational data supports this. I believe that the regulators are going to be supportive of this. And certainly when you see these initiatives, these types of public-private initiatives, this will not be lost on other partners that will come. So the leadership today, even having this meeting, is really groundbreaking.
Thank you, and I've got the hook as well.
I'd like to echo what my colleagues have said. Thank you for being here and sharing your knowledge and expertise with the commission. So I wanted to follow up on what Dr. Rao just said, is that about 10 years, $600, $800 million, and really with that statement, ask a specific question to Dr. Williams. So the fact that ketamine was already approved by the FDA for other uses, do you think that sped up your 10-year, almost 10-year time frame for this indication?
Yeah, so the ketamine, are you referring to our neuromodulation work? Yeah, I think that previous clearances always are going to inform the FDA, so previous neuromodulation clearances. I think the effort around ketamine is a kind of a conceptual kind of changed a lot of people's minds around how fast you could treat a given neuropsychiatric condition. And so we were able to come in with a neuromodulation approach that was similar to the sort of time frame of ketamine, and go in and really pitch that as being a useful thing to treat psychiatric emergencies. So yeah, I think that there's a big momentum generally for rapid acting treatments, and I would argue Ibogaine fits into that criteria. And so there's an interest, there's an FDA guidance that just came out on these sorts of substances, and so I think they're primed to take a look at it. And it's a great question.
Thank you. And maybe this is for Dr. Mash. So you mentioned in your presentation, buprenorphine and methadone working here, and then you had your last box, with breaking the cycle of relapse and addiction. And so I guess my question is specifically then, what indication are you pursuing in terms of the development
That's a great question.
of Ibogaine?
Yeah, Professor Freeman, that's a great question. As you well know, we have medicines to do the acute detox. But I believe that Ibogaine and the indication that we've been in deep discussion with at the Atai level would be for relapse prevention. So really to demonstrate that patients who would like to not stay on a lifetime of buprenorphine, patients that would like to transition off of opioid agonist therapy, would have something to help them to reset, because you're treating symptoms when you give the agonist. You're not dealing with the underlying acquired disease of addiction, the hijacking of those neuronal loops, the pathways in the brain that are being apparently re-regulated, reset, as Dr. Williams will demonstrate in his publication. So that's the hope, that we would be able to fit in the box, so patients would have another alternative. So patients who could be maintained on Suboxone for a very long time, and many of them may need to be on the drug, if we all believe evidence-based. Others, antagonists, sometimes they can't get to this. But I think there are people who are looking, there are other registered clinical trials looking at the withdrawal indication. Ibogaine is very effective for withdrawal. But I think where the value proposition is here definitely is for really transitioning patients to an abstinence space, and to support, to enhance rehabilitation with outpatient, inpatient standard of care.
I mentioned SSRIs earlier in my opening statement. It's really not addressing the underlying issue, right? Why you're depressed in the first place. And potentially things like psilocybin, DMT, potentially addressing that. Certainly in the case of MDMA, the data is a little bit clearer. Ibogaine is kind of in the same bucket, right? So buprenorphine, whether it's Sublocade or whatever, does address craving, but it certainly, it kind of dampens down the cravings, but it doesn't really address the underlying issue. And the anecdotal data around Ibogaine suggests that it may be able to do that, and that's what really drove our enthusiasm for it. Again, we recognize that, I think you have it on your slide, that the patient goes, they'll get this drug, they'll hopefully have an extended period of remission. They go back to their life, and there may be challenges in that life, and they may end up relapsing. We recognize that. But anything that can keep them clean for an extended period of time, really reducing harm in that period of time, is something that we're really interested in. And it should be noted, buprenorphine is not without its own issues, right? It's not a completely benign drug by any stretch of the imagination. If there's something that we can provide, basically these compounds don't have much in the way of side effects in between administrations, right? So we're talking about a single administration, ideally giving many months of benefit, maybe longer, right, in a patient. During that period, there's no drug on board, right? There's nothing on board. They don't have side effects from the compounds by definition. So it's just a really different paradigm for these class of compounds.
So have there been any prospective controlled trials yet to evaluate this sustained effect that you're mentioning?
No.
Yeah, the good clinical practice trials are what we're talking about. All right, that's next step.
Yeah.
That's why I'm still alive and carrying the flag around. But you make the point. But what there is, Professor Freeman, is there's an abundance of observational data. And that observational data continues, and the online endorsements, and what we hear from patients continues to demonstrate that indeed, so for some patients, they have, put their acquired disease of addiction into remission for weeks, months, and yes, in fact, years.
Thank you all for being here today. The question I have is more about the administration and the process of administration to patients. Just locally, kudos to a local reporter who's actually in the room that wrote a piece with a testimonial about someone that traveled to Mexico, similar to what you described, Dr. Williams, and shared their story so that we could read more about that. Can you describe the difference of probably, and I know you guys may not have read that, but just Dr. Williams, what you've seen and how that would differ from a clinical trial? I know Dr. Alper, you alluded to some of the additional oversight that would need to be provided to patients regarding the cardiac issues that have been reported in some cases. So can you just, for those non-doctors in the room, myself being one of those as an attorney by background, could you just describe a little more in detail what a day-by-day may look like for a patient that's in this clinical trial?
Well, in the clinical trial.
Or just as this medicine's being administered.
So I'm gonna take it first.
Okay.
Since I have more experience in it. So, leave your microphone close. Usually my mouth, I'm so loud. What is this?
Dr. Mash, maybe this is helpful. You don't have to focus on the clinical trial. I'd just like to know how we were
No,
going
it's
to
an
mitigate risk.
important question, and I'm grateful you asked this. It's an extremely important question. So right now, just to make, for the record, people are going ex-US because they can't take Ibogaine in the US, right? And there are we're doing a real world evidence study with Ohio State University, and we've learned that there are 30 active, so-called, with varying medical supervision, nobody's certified these places, etc., actively treating, in quotes, people who are desperate for alternatives to what they've been doing, going offshore. And depending on what they're coming in for, if they're coming in for detoxification, this is what Professor Freeman asked about too. That's opioid withdrawal management. So they're coming in fully on drug, and sometimes polypharmacy, they're on multiple drugs, and they're stabilized hopefully, and then they take the drug under medical monitor. And it's extremely important that we have physicians, doctors, who are knowledgeable of this investigational drug product. Okay, when we don't have that, that's when you get into trouble, right? So they administer the drug, they get stabilized, they evaluate their cardiovascular, make sure they're fit, they're healthy enough to take it. And then, and there's no reason to rule them out medically, because people who abuse drugs and alcohol have problems with their hearts and their livers. And they take it in a single day under full medical monitor, and then they're released, and the next day they're up and ready to go. So you can imagine in the setting of a clinical trial that this could be done in for example, in a hospital inpatient setting, where they'd be stabilized, they would be administered the drug, and then they would be allowed to recover for the next few days, and then they'll be ready to be released to their outpatient, their aftercare.
I think it's also worth mentioning very quickly that one of the things that's important the way we're developing it as a drug is we actually know exactly what we're giving to the patient, right? This is an FDA product. So when we administer the compound, we're administering it sort of on a milligrams per kilogram basis. We know exactly how many milligrams that patient is getting. So at some of these clinics, you don't know what the drug product is, and some of them are actually, they're straight extracts. And that extract can vary in the amount of material. So if you have, you may end up with very high doses, and you wouldn't know it, right? So I think that's a really important point. Some of these clinics are also doing multi-dose strategies, and that's actually very problematic. The active metabolite that Deborah alluded to has a very long half-life that sticks around the body for a very long time. And it has the same cardiovascular issues as Ibogaine itself. So if you keep taking it, you start building up higher and higher levels in your blood. So it's a big no-no. You really shouldn't be giving multiple doses of this. So those are two really important caveats to some of the data, some of the concerns that we've been seeing in, outside of controlled settings.
Thank you. So the only question I have left is, I think we have a lot of non-physicians, medical providers or researchers in the room, and myself being one of them. And I've been accused by my colleagues of, over lawyering and talking in legalese a little bit. And not that you all are doing that, but would you mind just to describe step by step what the process would look like for a patient that has this drug administered? I just think that could be helpful for us to have a concept or a look at very simply what that would look like.
It's exactly what I said. So imagine that we had a hospital or an academic medical center. Patients would be screened. So you'd evaluate, the doctors and the psychologists would screen them, whether or not they should be randomized to take the drug. They would then be admitted. They would have labs, screening labs, they'd have cardiograms, some cardiovascular studies to be done in advance. If they pass, then the doctor could decide that they could be treated with Abatement. They would then be in a hospital bed, under full medical monitor. We take the dose, we give it via the oral route, so powder and capsules right now. And within 45 minutes, the drug will take effect depending on the dose that they're administered. And we have a good idea of what we think is the effective dose range, safe effective dose range. They take the tablets within about 45 minutes, depending on their metabolizer status. Thank you. They will then, they have eye shields, headphones on with some music. We also have some things that I can't describe to you yet here, because we don't have time. But they'll stay down for about 4 to 8 hours, where they go into a deep phase of cognitive introspection. And some of it is life review. It may look like videotape of a review of somebody's life. They're very quiet, they're in the bed, they're under cardiac monitor. In the afternoon, that will stop, and then they don't have the visions anymore, but they will still be thinking about the content that came up. Usually they get up maybe 10 hours and eat some food, have some food, a little food, and then go back and rest in the bed, stay in the bed overnight, and the next morning they're ready to be checked up, and they're up and ready to shower, clean up, and get ready to go to start to work on what's going to be different this time. So then they can work with their counselor and their therapist.
Thank you.
I'm going to yield my 5 minutes to Secretary Friedlander. And Secretary Friedlander, you have the election to utilize it now, or you can add it to the 5 minutes that's coming to you for a total of 10.
Sure, thanks. So I want to get back to the ketamine study, if that's all right. And don't, there is no criticism of any peak in this. So those studies are expensive.
Yep.
How was it funded? Was it through donors? Who participated in that?
Yeah, that's a great question. And just to, again, clarify,
Yeah.
there's the neuromodulation work that led to the FDA process, and then we did ketamine, we performed a ketamine study around mechanisms of ketamine. In both cases, there was foundation funding through the Brain Behavior Research Fund, what they used to call NARSAD. And so that funded actually both of those trials, in addition, philanthropy. Our FDA clearance for the rapid acting neuromodulation approach, most of the data was collected under philanthropic means. And you bring this up, it's very important to understand that sometimes it's hard for certain entities to move into a space and fund something really early, like federal entities, because of the nature of how that process works. And so what I've found, especially in these cases where there's potentially some risk you have to mitigate, and it's really early, and you're trying to treat a population that doesn't have a treatment, or the treatments that are there don't fully cover everything, you need, other funds like philanthropy, like foundations to really kind of cover that work, and at least get it going. And so it's an important point that maybe something like this wouldn't fund all of it, but, if you could get some momentum going, then that's very helpful to getting other parties involved, if that makes sense.
Sure. So, and somebody made the point early, that particularly with the psychedelic side, right, being Schedule I for so long,
Yeah.
that there is certainly some reluctance on funding, particularly early. It seems to me, though, now that we have funding around some other substances, psilocybin, I think there's an LSD study, MDMA, and I think we could go on. Ayahuasca, I haven't heard of anything like being studied in mescaline or peyote, but that's just because I haven't heard of it. So it seems like those barriers have started to come down for some of these medications. Can you confirm my viewpoint on that? Am I seeing that correctly?
Yeah, I mean, there's, MDMA is maybe the furthest along in the sense that I think the whole data package is done for their FDA PTSD filings. I don't consult for MAPS. I don't know the actual timing, but from what I hear from people, it's getting really close to that. The psilocybin work with Compass is pretty far along as well. So the kind of general view is that this class of medications, of substances, seems to be useful in certain neuropsychiatric conditions, particularly ones that are treatment resistant, that kind of domain we talked about earlier. And I think there's a momentum forward. The issue that comes up with Ibogaine is just around some of the cardiac concerns that were voiced earlier, right? And so there's an additional level or layer involved there in mitigating that risk through careful cardiac screening, as Dr. Mash pointed out earlier, and cardiac risk mitigation strategies. And I think if you can pair those two together, then you get into a place that's similar to the other substances you pointed out.
I want to make a point about NIH funding, because I've had probably at this table the longest, and I'm still NIH funded by way of full public disclosure. I'm very proud of that. So I've been funded by the NIH since 1987 to the present, and I still hold NIDA grants. And I wrote many NIDA grants regarding this topic of Ibogaine and was not funded. NIDA, I believe, funded their first grant on psilocybin. The first one has been funded to date, and that's at Johns Hopkins. So, this has been slow to go at the NIH. If you look at buprenorphine, the history of buprenorphine, the history of lofexidine, it was always a public-private partnership where there were some strategic NIH dollars, some academic dollars, some philanthropy dollars, and then the private sector steps in when you get it to a point, and then to make it go fast.
I appreciate that. Did I get the high side? Okay. Thank you all.
You got any left, Ms. Telfair? Is the time up?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Purdy.
Hi, I just really have a simple question. As we look at all of these possibilities, the people who are affected and impacted by this opioid issue, once you get this product through approvals or on the ground, how do people on the ground who cannot afford these sorts of medication, how are they included in their clinical trials? Are you looking at people who are from low-income, BIPOC communities? I represent a part of the West End, very poor neighborhood here in the state of Kentucky. How are these people, number one, getting access to clinical trials, so you will have a good idea of some of the medical histories of, say, the Black population who may have heart disease, diabetes, those sorts of things, cardiac issues resulting from those, and how will they have access to these sorts of products if they're not covered by insurance?
I can speak broadly to all of our initiatives, because we have quite a few clinical trials going on at the high level. Obviously, Deborah's trials are part of those. I mean, this is a huge focus of our clinical development. It's something that the FDA obviously is very interested in as well. I mean, it shouldn't, we can't necessarily generalize results from one population to everybody. All right, so that's something that we have initiatives on as part of our trials. It's something that we look at in terms of clinical trial sites. So that addresses that side of it. I'm not going to suggest for a moment that it's easy. There are challenges with that, but it is something that we put a lot of effort into in our clinical studies. Now, on the access side, there are different programs that we, it's a little early for us because we're quite a few years away, but as a general statement, I mean, there are access programs that are available, and different companies have worked with those access programs in different ways, right? So if someone does not have the funds to do it, there are options for getting that funded directly through the company. Again, I think these are varying degrees of success, to be perfectly honest with you. But again, as the time draws closer for this product, that's something that we'll be spending a lot of time on. That is, we've actually had a lot of discussions. I mean, it ties, it was based out of Berlin and San Diego. I'm based in San Diego, and the other founders, and London, and those were where the other founders were. And there is this bias to making sure that it's actually in our mission statement and everything else, that access is really critical to us, and it's something that we're going to be focusing on, again, as things draw closer to the market.
And it's an important point to note that, with any IRB kind of monitored sort of study, that there's a demographic table that's reflective of the population, right? And so proportionally, if you're gonna have 100 subjects in your study, it's gonna reflect, if you did it all in Kentucky, it's gonna reflect the population of Kentucky, right? And that's kind of what you want. You want those proportions to be the same. With every study that we do, and with a lot of the studies that are out there, there's not a cost. That's the beauty of being in clinical trials. The treatments are free. When we design a study, we generally have an open label, active for anybody that received the placebo during the blinded part of the study. Not every study is constructed like that, but every study I do is constructed like that so that everybody gets access to whatever is being studied. And then just to kind of follow up with what I was saying earlier with some of the other work that we were doing as far as reimbursement goes, there's a program that I talked about a little bit earlier called the New Treatment Add-on Payment. That's for Center of Medicare and Medicaid Services. And they'll pay for inpatient treatment in totality as part of the process of being covered under that. So if somebody's on disability and has Medicare for opioid use disorder in this case, and it were to go through that New Treatment Add-on Payment process, then Medicare would pay in totality for the treatment. So there are processes that you can put in place, and I've been involved with the first one for psychiatry, which is great. So I kind of have a sense of that. And so the process of getting it all the way through, so you're talking about paying for exactly the people that you're pointing out.
Thank you.
Yeah.
5 minutes.
My husband will tell me if he can hear me or not. I want to make sure I understood you right, Dr. Nash, that there are 150 deaths a day from opioid use in the United States.
Yes.
And then my understanding is we have 6 a day in Kentucky. That's what I heard. On May 31st, you may or may not know, we heard about this. It's when it was announced that we may consider spending some money for this study, or to at least find out if it's feasible. All those people who spoke that day gave their anecdotal evidence, and it sounded like a miracle cure to me. I know you said we don't want to use that word cure, but that's what it sounded like to me. And if my son were alive, I'd take him to Mexico, to Spain, to wherever, because in 2020, he was one of these statistics. So I am asking you on behalf of citizens at large, who I represent, if money wasn't an issue, and if this were already through the FDA, and knowing that this crisis has been around for so long, why would not we want to investigate this as a viable treatment? Do you have an answer for that? Any of you?
Yeah,
We want
we want to investigate it, and I want to investigate it. And I've been trying to investigate it. And by way of public full disclosure, my niece had a bad pregnancy outcome and stroked on birth control pills and got it. Her neurologist, she had chronic pain, migraines, and she got onto Oxy. And I remember the day very vividly when my sister called me and said, you have to send your niece for detox for Ibogaine. And I'm here to tell you that my niece is doing very well. She's working a program, and she has a brand new baby boy who's going to be 1 year old. And you know, you hold your breath every day because addiction's a chronic relapsing disease. But it's a great story, and because of all these stories, and because of the anecdotes, data, or Professor Freeman, data or not, will tell me, data are not the plural of anecdote, you know, but she's right. That we need to, we need to accelerate this. And my heart goes out to you at the loss of a loved one, mother's loss. It's bad.
So other than all those things.
If it, I believe, I'm a believer, as you've already picked up on this, that we can, with the leadership, we have a lot of talent here, and thank you for bringing that point up about the IQ points. We have a lot of talent here, and what I've been able and blessed to have seen in my lifetime is this go from absolutely no knowledge, or the observational data from Howard Lotsoff and Dr. Alper spoke about, to where we are today, fast forward 30 years. And that we really are at the breaking point. I believe that the momentum is there, and because of the intense need, but also it's informed by the science. The science is going to finally carry this forward. So I'm optimistic, and I believe that the regulators are going to be very friendly when we go in there. I think when I first met Dr. Williams, the first question, right after I met him, I said, "Will you go with me to the FDA?" And he said yes. And so, I think they're going to want to help. The FDA wants to help. They want to bring new medications to patients. They want to support families. And can we do better? And the way that we do this is we design a pivotal phase 2 study, and really, demonstrate a robust safety and efficacy endpoint. And then, if we get lucky, we get breakthrough designation or fast track, and then we'll see what the FDA requires in terms of the numbers of safety database. And then my colleagues may not agree with me on this, but there is something called patient's right to try. And if the companies were willing to work with us on that, that may be an opportunity to get it into underserved communities as well. I just put it out there.
I think it's important to know that the FDA correctly won't let you cut corners, and none of us here as drug developers want to cut corners. And so that does involve putting together a really robust data package that outline, no drug is going to have no risk, right? Every drug has risk associated with it, but it's all about risk benefit from the perspective of the FDA. And you do need adequate and well-controlled trials to do that. So just, for those that are uninitiated on this whole process, there's typically 3 phases to drug development. The first one is called phase 1. That's healthy volunteer study. That's a healthy volunteer study. So look at how the drug behaves in the body, how much drug is in the body as a function of time. These folks are healthy, so you're not looking at efficacy, you're not looking to see whether it treats anything. The next thing is the phase 2, or 2, you might have multiple trials there. That's really to understand efficacy, understand other aspects like your dose, what are you going to do for dosing. Then you go talk to the FDA and say, this is my plan, this is what a pivotal is. It's one of the, you typically need 2 pivotal studies. You need 2 positive results that are from pivotal trials to get an approval. And those tend to be much larger studies because you need to get, you need to access the entire breadth of the patient population. You need to, if you're looking for rare events, you can't see them if you run a small study. You need huge trials to do that. So that's where things get obviously expensive, but this is really an important element of it. So we need some of those steps. Now there are some ways of making it a little bit shorter. You could make the phase 2 a pivotal. There's a couple of different avenues you can go. But what I've outlined is kind of the traditional approach. So it's usually, and then you need some long-term safety data as well, which may also incorporate redosing. We've talked about double blind. We've talked a little bit about randomized trials. That's the type of trial where someone, unbeknownst to them, either gets a placebo, it's not a sugar pill, or they get the active drug. And so people might be pretty bummed they got the sugar pill. So that usually what you do is you put them into another trial, which is an extension trial, where everybody gets drug if they need it. So these are the structures. I'm going very quickly because I've heard the terms thrown around. I just want to make sure people are on the same page on these points.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Big Brown.
Good morning. I'd like to thank each of you for traveling here to speak to us today. I found your opening comments and your subsequent comments very educational and informative for me, most specifically. Like Van Ingram, my prior career was in law enforcement. The first time I heard of OxyContin was in Letcher County, Kentucky in the mid-90s. And that quickly spread. The individuals were paying $100 for an 80-milligram tablet, and it wreaked havoc on the entire Appalachian region and ultimately the country because of direct marketing of drug companies and others, distributors and others. So with that, is there any possibility, and then which led into MAT, Suboxone, Methadone, which is now mostly funded by the government, and in many cases they have become the pill mills of the 90s in today's climate in some areas. And in my experience, much of that is diverted and resold on the streets, which leads to the proliferation of drug use and abuse and deaths. So my question is there any possibility for this drug to be diverted and cause more harm to the citizens of the country?
Well, let me maybe start with actually fentanyl, which is an interesting one. So fentanyl is a prescription drug, is obviously is widely used, but it goes through something called the TURF REMS. These REMS are these programs that are put together by the FDA once a drug is approved, and they control distribution and they control the education of the sites. And obviously, post the opioid epidemic, they've gotten pretty tight on this. So in the case of prescription fentanyl products, there's really no diversion because it's really difficult to do that, right? Because it's so tightly controlled at the specialty pharmacy level that distribute the drug. I mean, one could argue that maybe there's no point because it's cheaper elsewhere, but nonetheless, it's very difficult to divert. I think there's a couple of things that would make Ibogaine very challenging. As Deborah pointed out, it's not necessarily a pleasant experience for most people, so most people don't want to take it again. So I guess that's the first thing. But even notwithstanding, this is taken in a controlled setting. So it doesn't go out on the street. No one's taking this at home. So it never leaves a very tight, controlled supply chain. So I think the possibility of diversion here is really de minimis because of that. It's very difficult. It will be very difficult, and that's something that we are working with several of our compounds. I mean, because they're only administered under controlled medical supervision, you can't really divert it particularly easily. You have to break into, I guess, a doctor's office or the special department and take it from there, which probably isn't worth the trouble.
Thank you.
Dr. Williams, I saw you about to speak up on this question. Was there anything you wish to address on it?
I was just gonna agree with Dr. Rao. I mean, I think that this is gonna be administered by the doctor in a monitored setting. And so the patient will very unlikely ever go to Rite Aid or whatever pharmacy and pick this up themselves. The doctor's gonna give it to them. They're gonna receive it there in that monitored setting and probably be watched if they took it, and then that's that. And so I think the fact that it's a single dose and it requires a monitored setting, in addition to the fact that it's not a recreational substance, makes that possibility essentially zero or very close to zero.
Anything further, Mr. Brown?
No, not this time.
Dr. Jason Root.
Well, thank you, Chairman Hubbard. Thank you all for coming here today. And it's just been really informative to be able to listen to what you've shared. I apologize, I was a bit tardy this morning. I visited Isaiah House Treatment Center close nearby where I entered treatment 10 years ago. And today I was able to offer a therapeutical modality for treatment there. So it's a big turnaround, which leads me to this question. As a person in long-term recovery, we see how important the social support networks are. Have you all explored what psychosocial modality would be most advantageous after administration of Abatement?
So it's an important question.
If you don't mind, Dr. Mash, talk into that microphone so that the live stream can pick you up.
Oh, thank you, Scott. There, I didn't figure that out. I needed a man to fix it. Thank you for that. That's a very important question, and thank you for asking it. We really don't have a lot of data to support the answer to that question. But what we do know from the St. Kitts experience was that we had many qualified addiction professionals in residence with us when we were there, learning about the molecule. And we used different modalities of treatment, and we developed an aftercare plan for each and every person. So we did full SKIDS, that's a psych assessment, and we looked at, all the addiction severity measures and craving scores and all these things, and that's in the 2018 paper. But we developed the aftercare plan, and many of our, as I said to you, many of our patients had been through all kinds of treatments, like a lot. I think the numbers that we reported in that publication, many of them like 6, 7, 8, 10 times they had been in, some kind of rehabilitation, outpatient, inpatient setting, hospital detox. So really a revolving door. And what was so interesting was that the most intractable patients who said, I'm not going to meetings, and you can fill in the blank word in front of me, the word meeting. And we said, okay. And so what we used to do in the counseling room, and I wasn't involved in this at all because this was the therapy teams, is we'd have everybody's name up on pieces of paper, and before they took the Ibogaine, they were getting ready for treatment, right? What was going to be different this time, and we talked about setting the intention and then kind of purity, go with the flow, set the intention and go with the flow of the drug. But setting the intention was very important. And so you would see nothing on these papers. I mean, maybe one little thing written there. Post-Ibogaine, Scout's Honor, the pages would fill up. And so you really see it being an adjuvant to the therapy. And whatever it is, whether it's CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, trait-dependent recovery types of modalities, which are very interesting. I read up a little bit on that as well. It really is a catalyst, and it's because of what we believe, and what Dr. Rao and Dr. Williams have explained, is this cognitive window of neuroplasticity, where when you come out, you come out of detox, you're not thinking straight. You go right into rehab, your family's paying all this money, or the state is paying, or you're not even getting, 1 week and some kind of help and you're not thinking straight. The Ibogaine turns on the plasticity, and it's really metaplasticity, so that whatever the modality of care is, that it works better. And I would suggest that we will see these outcomes, and that's where there's going to be a cost benefit here, because your dollars then are going to go better. How's that?
That's great. That's great. Thank you very much for that. And so before my time is up, so then beyond that, post the integration phases and continuing that social support moving forward, does existing support networks such as those 12-step groups, are those appropriate for individuals that have went through Abatement administration, or is there something more specialized and targeted and appropriate for these individuals?
No, I don't think we completely know the answer to that, and I think there will be, there will be many people who will collaborate and work on that and really help with that. But we referred a lot of people, didn't have the money to go back into Some went to inpatient, some went to, outpatient, some worked with a therapist, some went back to their addiction specialist doctors and dealt with some of the underlying comorbidity issues. But I do think that it fits within the current standard of care. I really do.
Thank you very much.
I mean, one thing that we're doing at the time more broadly again is doing digital therapeutics. And the idea there is, with clinical studies, for a lot of these compounds, therapy is really important, as you pointed out. But it's difficult to standardize therapy because there's this interaction between the patient and the therapist, so it causes a lot of variability in clinical studies, and it's not necessarily the easiest thing to scale. So actually the digital therapeutics came up because when I was growing up in Whitesburg, there were no therapists, right? This is just not a thing. So the idea with the digital element is to try and at least give everybody something standardized that they can use and benefit from. If they have other means and they are in other programs, go for it, right? I think there'll always be some benefits of that, particularly something that's in person. But at least we want to provide some baseline therapy.
Thank you.
Anything further, Dr. Root?
No, sir. I thank you for your answers.
Mr. Carlos Cameron, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning. I want to thank the panel for coming and giving your expert opinions on this matter. I come to the commission representing the state senator, Senate President Robert Stivers, and I work for U.S. Congressman Hal Rogers, who has led the charge for well over 20 years in eastern Kentucky trying to fight this horrible epidemic we suffer. As you know, Kentucky was identified as the epicenter of the called the painkiller capital of Kentucky back then. We've seen a lot of things happen, a lot of good things have happened, but we still see deaths. I think Ms. Butcher mentioned the numbers. The CDC is currently reporting that there's 187 Americans that die daily in this country. Fentanyl being one of the drugs that is devastating our area. So we know we have a reverse drug currently for fentanyl. But now xylazine has come on the scene. And Dr. Norv Alcall in Atlanta a couple months ago said there was no reverse drug for xylazine. So my question to you all, do you all know of any drug that's being researched as a reverse drug for xylazine? And are we 10 years down the road to get a reverse drug for xylazine?
I think it's way too early that, we don't know. I think the answer is simply that no, we don't have an answer. And I'm familiar with I've been following this topic because I worked again, as I mentioned, with medical examiners. I have one of the largest post-mortem brain collections of tissues donated for medical research, precisely to understand what, goes wrong in the brain when you get addicted, and the genetics of it and the genomics of this. We don't know anything about that molecule. And the problem is, the way I see it, being the old lady up here on the days, is gotta get people to not want to take drugs. Because if people will use drugs, will experiment with drugs, will recreationally get hooked to them, and more that they want to take drugs, and they don't understand that they're doing harm to themselves and their family and their children, and their offspring and their employers. They don't understand this. They're going to go out and something new will hit the streets. I mean, we've seen it. You and I have been around long enough to have seen all of this. Cocaine analogs, the super coke that made it to the streets, the face eater in Miami. I was there when all that was going down. I mean, those were THC, novel THC compounds. So, these chemists are clever, and they're gonna synthesize stuff and throw it on our society. The reason that I stay passionate about IBing is because it makes people understand the need to get sober now. They need to get off of drugs. They need to get out of harm's way, not to go out there and experiment around. The kids who are going I'm so fearful for the kids that are in college that want to go out and use some recreational compound, which is now laced with fentanyl. These kids don't even know what they're exposed to. I'm with you. I became, it's not everything. It's not everything. It's not everything. It's not a cure. But if we can start to lift people up and start to get them to not want to take dope, And that gets shared with their peers. Because there is a peer strategy here. Addiction is a peer-based disorder too, right? You know, maybe we've got something that can alleviate some of this.
I have one more question, back to your study. American Addiction Centers from 1990 to 2008 reported there were 19 deaths associated with Ibogaine therapy, roughly one per year. But in comparison, methadone accounted for nearly 40% of single drug overdose opioid pain reliever deaths in 2009 alone. So my question to you all, as you move forward with your study, and there's some concerns with heart issues and things, are you going to do a comparison between Ibogaine and other drugs that are currently on the market for drug treatment, just to show the correlation that there's always a risk, but sometimes the rewards are greater than the risk?
Oh, come with me to the FDA. I'm taking you. Well stated, sir. No, of course. I mean, that you have to do that. And I mean, I think, you know, methadone helps a lot of people. It has. We know this. And so does buprenorphine. And I think the regulators and the scientists, the medical community, the key opinion leaders, they know this. So people will, you know, always, there's always going to be problems with these molecules. We have to demonstrate benefits outweigh the risks. Nolan, you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think a big part of that was a lot of those were unscreened patients.
Right.
You know, and if you do, you know, there's drugs that are FDA cleared right now that have the same risk as Ibogaine. You know, just to be like super clear about this, they just have a risk mitigation strategy in place and monitoring. And if you do that, then you can definitely reduce that risk, that percentage chance quite a bit with this. You're not gonna likely reduce it in the methadone scenario that you described earlier, because we've already gone through and tried to risk mitigate that. But I think that those 19 deaths weren't risk mitigated. And that's an important part of this, is that we will do, I think, everything we need to do moving forward to risk mitigate this. Thank you.
Representative Danny Bentley, you have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for coming today. My family's from Millstone, Doctor, in Letcher County. So since we're bringing up the Commonwealth, would one of you please explain what a prolonged QT interval is to the Commonwealth? And why would it be unproductive for these people to eat grapefruit? People on the street want to know.
Well, so, people are probably familiar with the squiggly lines you get on ECG, so that's the electrocardiogram. Right? This is when you put the wires on someone's chest, and doctors use that for a range of reasons, including to find if someone has a heart attack. I think that's the context that most people think about it, because you can get certain changes on that, on those squiggly lines, as it were, when there's a heart attack, and you can kind of get a sense of where the problem is occurring in the heart. What's happening with Ibogaine is a little bit different. There is a particular pattern to these lines, to the changes that you see, and it does change and it's also a function of which electrode you're looking at. One of these is this time between a major, it's called depolarization event, and some aspect of repolarization. So the heart is electrical. When it's pumping, it kind of changes its electrical polarity, and then it has to regenerate itself. And if that process goes out of sync, things get messy. You get arrhythmias. You get patterns that are not coordinated anymore that can then cause no blood to flow, and then obviously that can kill you. So QT prolongation is one thing that people measure. It is associated with a particular type of dysrhythmia or arrhythmia called torsades de pointes. And that can then progress to something called VFib or ventricular fibrillation that can actually kill you. So that's the concern here with this particular compound. It is one of many compounds that causes a prolongation, an increase in that interval, the QCC, the QT interval. And the FDA is very focused on that, because there were drugs on the market that did cause QT prolongation, including an antihistamine that was on the market for a while, and that was associated with some deaths. So the FDA is sensitized to this, And there are a bunch of guidance documents around it. However, they're mostly guidance documents with things that you take at home, right? And that's because it's not monitored anymore. So in the monitored setting, there's many more options. And that's why, yes, there is QT prolongation here. Yes, we know that it can cause a risk of arrhythmia, particularly if it's not mitigated properly, the inappropriate patient is selected. But if you're in a supervised medical setting, there's a lot you can do about it to get them back out of torsades and back to a normal rhythm.
It's a treatable event.
Yeah.
Second part of the question, please.
Apologies, what was the second part?
Why was it
grapefruit.
unproductive to
Grapefruit.
eat grapefruit with this medication?
Let me think about this. So this medication is broken down by something called CYP2D6, and this is just a set of enzymes in the liver, and they're just different types. The body, where we are omnivorous, right? And so there's lots of things in plants that are actually fairly toxic, and so the liver's kind of evolved with this set of enzymes to break all this stuff down. Interestingly, carnivores don't have as big a liver because a rat is not that different than a cat, right, in the grand scheme of things. There's not as many toxic elements that the liver needs to deal with. So one of these is CYP2D6. There's a lot of variation in 2D6 in the population. So some people have a very slow-acting enzyme, others it goes really quickly. And so that impacts ibogaine. So that's something that we monitor in our clinical studies. Now, the comment you made around grapefruit juice is actually on a different CYP enzyme called 3A4. I don't remember if there's much interaction with ibogaine and 3A4. We normally focus on 2D6.
It's a lesser side.
Yeah, it's probably lesser there. There are plenty of drugs where that's really important. Not drinking a grapefruit juice is really important because it's kind of the same thing. Grapefruit juice just shuts down 3A4. So yeah, that's kind of maybe one. So if your drug that you're taking is broken down by that, suddenly there's going to be a lot more in your body and it's going to stick around a lot longer. So that's the concern.
And so the blood level of ibogaine will go up?
I don't think it's going to be a major factor. I don't know if you were.
If you block an enzyme, then it'll stick around longer because it doesn't get broken down. But I think your bigger question that you're asking is around something that we're also thinking a lot about, which is really screening people and understanding their biology. More generally, the cardiac for sure, but more generally the liver biology and all of that, and making sure that what they're taking, whether it be other medications or other foods, are explored so that the risk is mitigated. And I think that's the big piece of this is making sure they're not eating or taking any medications in and around the time where they take an ibogaine, pill to make sure that that experience is as risk mitigated as possible.
Mr. Chairman, I have one more question. It's a yes and no question.
Sure.
Dr. Williams, when these people went to Mexico with these brain injuries,
Yes, sir.
did you watch any of them take the medication?
I did not personally do it. The doctors in Mexico did it. We had, thorough records on exactly what they received.
But you didn't watch them?
I personally did not watch them because that wasn't the nature of the study that we were doing or that Stanford participated in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Secretary Friedlander.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. I don't want you to think I'm picking on you, okay? I'm really, because I'm so interested in your research as well. You also talked about that, particularly with some of these psychedelic substances, they've started looking at some anti-hallucinogenic additions because my understanding was it is becoming unclear whether some of the experience, right, and acknowledging that ibogaine has a slightly different experiential piece to it, but that it's the experience may not be as important as the action within the brain. Could you talk about that for a little bit?
Absolutely. So it's a very hard question to answer. And I'll tell you our strategy on trying to answer that question, and then I'll tell you what a lot of the medicinal chemists are doing. And so the problem with that question is that these substances seem to kind of produce this emergent property, right? And you have to answer the question, is it necessary and sufficient, right? And so with our ketamine work, when I was telling you earlier, we used an opiate blocker to block the ketamine antidepressant effect. We didn't block the psychological effect, so it wasn't what we call sufficient to produce an antidepressant effect by having that psychological experience, right? So that's kind of one way to dissect it. So another way that we're trying to figure this out is by taking a certain technology that a friend of mine has built where he can package drug in these nanoparticles and then use brain stimulation techniques to actually unpackage the drug into specific brain regions and see if it can produce, in this case, an anti-nociceptive or anti-pain effect without producing the emergent psychological effects. And that's keeping the molecule, so you're just putting it in one place in the brain instead of everywhere in the brain, and keeping the molecule the same. And so that's one way of trying to ask that question. Another way of trying to ask that question, which is, I think, a little problematic, is if you modify the molecule so you're able to get the kind of psychological effect off, but then you're able to measure, in this case in mice, that there's still a plasticity effect, then does the plasticity effect alone produce the intended outcome? Those drugs are being developed. They are really early in the process, and the answer is still unknown. That may be the eventual outcome in 10 years, but the question that everybody has to ask with those sorts of drugs is, is the risk of waiting, a risk that we want to take in that sense, right? Because every day that you wait, to some of you all's comments about people dying every day, to wait for the drug to, answer this question. And so a lot of work is being done now where this hasn't been sorted out, but there's a signal that this works. And I think that's an important, at least intermediate. It may be the final drug too, because these drugs that don't have the psychological effect don't produce the sort of therapeutic effects that we think about. In the case of the veterans that we studied in that trial, what they would describe is similar to the descriptions the opiate use disorder patients have described, which is what they call a life review, which I think Dr. Mash described briefly. But the veterans go through and they have this chronological experience of seeing past traumatic events and kind of reliving those events from a place of neutrality and being able to kind of process that information and kind of reform how they see their past. Right? And so it's, for me personally, a little bit hard to divorce that experience, which folks will say is unpleasant, but important. Right? Seeing all these past traumatic events in war is not something they necessarily want to do it's not fun, right? But it's important, they tell me, because it gets them to be able to see it in a different way and to be able to go on with their life. And I think that's what's so critical, right? I mean, if somebody's in this bad state and they just can't get past it, they can't get out of it, they have to keep reliving it for every day of their life, but then they can go and do this, and 20, 30 hours later, they don't need to see those events anymore, and that was part of the process, then it's probably important. And that's kind of where I personally fall in that kind of question.
Thank you.
Time.
Oh, sorry.
Director Ager.
Thank you. So we're gonna do screenings. We're gonna do an inpatient setting, closely monitored for 20 hours or so. Help me understand why third-party payers will pay for this when we have prior authorizations for everything, and try and fail seems to be the standard on so many therapeutics. Help me understand why they'll pay for it.
So I mentioned the risk benefit is what the FDA wants to see, right? So what a payer wants to see is cost benefit. So, to your point, if we don't show that there's a benefit, then there is no good argument for a payer to pay for it. However, part of drug development is also to generate those data, to show that there's a benefit, right? And that could be reduced hospitalizations, it can be reduced, in this case, reduced deaths, reduced, any number of things, overdoses, et cetera. So and this is one of the reasons those next trials will be larger, because you gotta start looking at some of these other aspects. Right, so if you have a 20-patient study, you're not gonna see all these things. When you have 1,000 patients, you start to see a pattern, and you start to be able to understand that. So, this again applies to some of the other drugs that we're developing. I mean, you could make a similar argument for, well, SSRIs are dirt cheap, why would you prescribe something else? It's all about reducing morbidity and the associated costs. And again, the costs in this case, the costs in depression aren't huge. The costs in the case of opioid use disorder are much bigger. Right, so if you can mitigate some of this in X percent of people, hopefully that X is large, but hopefully if you can mitigate it, you can justify the costs associated with it.
The health outcomes research are a piece of this. So, this is where the academic universities come in too, and where, people will start to look at this very closely under a microscope to see if there is, if we're cutting costs for other ancillary healthcare delivery. I know the National Health Service in the UK is very interested in this, precisely for that point.
And just to kind of reflect something I said earlier, sometimes the way that payers will deal with this is they'll have a first line treatment, like the treatments that you're describing, that the individual would have to fail. And you see this in depression, and that's that term treatment-resistant depression. What that means is that they were offered the 1 or 2 or 3 treatments that are standard treatments that are low cost, but you can do these cost analyses, and at some point when you start getting into the more, in the case of depression, the more complicated drugs that require a lot of blood monitoring over time, that something like an expensive neuromodulation treatment up front actually ends up being cheaper in 2 years. And so I would imagine that Ibogaine could have that same role, right, where potentially not everybody's offered this as the first line by the insurance companies. It's offered as second line or third line or something like that. But in that population of people, which is a decent percentage of the total, they end up being in a scenario where if they don't succeed with the first 2 treatments, they become very expensive to the process because they're getting readmitted in these long hospitalizations. And then this cost benefit, to my colleague's points, kicks in, and you can actually show a benefit. In addition, that process that I described earlier, that's due treatment add-on payment, is another way of kind of doing it where you can have an inpatient process to pay for it. And that's a novel way that centers of Medicare and Medicaid actually will pay for new treatments within the inpatient setting.
Thank you. So your study in Mexico, you talked about traumatic brain injury. Were any of those folks have an opioid use disorder?
About a third of them had alcohol use disorder.
Alcohol?
Yes, sir. And most all of them resolved to either no drinking or, in the few cases, what they called social drinking, where they went from very problematic drinking to no drinking.
I'm thinking about most of our folks that are using drugs, using opioids, injecting for many years, sometimes many times a day. They're an unhealthy population to begin with.
Yes.
So I wonder how many of them would qualify for this because of their poor health to begin with.
Yeah, we had injectors in the St. Kitts, and many of the people who have taken Ibogaine ex-US have been really hardcore, as I mentioned, hardcore users. I mean, when you can't even get venous access.
Right.
Yeah. So this becomes a problem. But of course, in an inpatient setting, you can access. You can do a cut down and do this. The limiting. The fact is, in St. Kitts, we were learning, so we didn't have any roadmap there, and the doctors had to make a judgment call based on what they saw. So we have a sense that people who were hardcore users, polydrug dependent people who were using coke and heroin, speedballing, all of that, it's really awful, and they took Ibogaine and they took it safely.
Thank you.
Under full medical monitor.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Rao mentioned the two pivotal trials, large scale, that will be needed to show efficacy, but also to pick up on those safety signals. And so I guess this is for Dr. Alper, if he wanted to comment a little bit from his preclinical work. Are there any, besides the QT interval prolongation and risk for torsades, are there anything we know from preclinical that we're concerned about in terms of potential safety issues with Ibogaine?
I think by far the cardiac risk is really the main risk. There was early on concern about neurotoxicity in the early period, the NIDA Ibogaine project. There was this finding that Ibogaine caused neurotoxicity in rats, but this turned out to be associated with very high dosages in that species, and it also turned out not to be much of a problem in other species, including primates, including autopsies on people and humans who had done Ibogaine, and the mouse as well. So that that turned out not to be, has not endured as a concern. The cardiac concern is really front and center, the main one.
We had repeat dose tox studies done in animals with both Ibogaine and the active metabolite. So we have a good understanding of what could, and again, this Dr. Rouse said this is single dose administration, so you don't have the chronic dosing neurotox questions. But in the St. Kitts study, we did full neuro checks, full neurology assessment. We did psych assessments pre and post. We did posturography, bench side tremor analysis, so none of that was seen at all in humans. Again, back to a species-dependent observation from Mark Bolivar's original study in Johns Hopkins. That was the one that I had to deal with when I went up in front of the FDA, so I know it well. And what Doug Kramer was mentioning, there was a young woman who went to Panama to take Ibogaine, and she was a lovely young woman who had a very chronic, horrible heroin user. She was an accountant. She was a smart gal, had some sexual trauma in her life, and blah, 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 and it got her self-medicated with the opiates. And she had taken Ibogaine with Howard Lutzoff in the Netherlands a year before, and a year later she relapsed and she wanted to take Ibogaine again. So she took Ibogaine under medical monitor in a hospital in Panama, but she also came before she went to Panama. She stopped off at, much like what Dr. Williams did at the University of Miami. She was seen by our doctors. She was worked up for neurologically and psych. And then she went down there and she took the Ibogaine and came back. And what happened was a month later, she died from natural causes. And I was present for the autopsy because we didn't know if maybe it was Ibogaine related. So we had a double team of medical examiners, and all the pathology we looked at the brain, and we were able to completely rule out any neurotox in that subject. So that was an important from a human. But exactly what he's saying so far, so good. It's the transient ataxia when you're under the oniric effects of the drug, which is only short term, and then the repolarization reserve, the QT prolongation signal, which normalizes over time as well.
Toxicity issues that are specific to a specific preclinical species, it's not an unusual event in drug development.
Especially with alkaloids, as you know.
So I guess my other question, this is maybe for you, Dr. Mash. So in thinking about the clinical trials for Ibogaine, and thinking about it really for preventing relapse, breaking the cycle of addiction, I think is the phrase you use. I mean, so what challenges do you foresee in assessing that as an outcome relative to, say, assessing withdrawal symptoms, as an outcome with our scales that we have available? So can you comment a little bit about?
That's a great question from the design of robust efficacy endpoints. And my colleague to the right here will say unequivocally that it's random urine checks, okay? Because that's what people are going to want to see, that it's, there are good, I think that the post-acute withdrawal is what drives relapse. That's my opinion, that's the hypothesis. And the fact that we've got this open window of neuroplasticity and it's an adjuvant to whatever the patients are doing to kind of, you know, get the alternative strategies engaged, you've engaged the frontal lobe, to put it in terms. You know, the front of the brain is the executive function. If you think of the brain as an orchestra, this is the conductor. So when you're hooked and you're in this OCD loop of compulsive use, you're not thinking, you can't say, uh-oh, if I go out and score dope, I'm gonna, you know, wreck everything I just built for the last 90 days. But with the Ibogaine, with the window of neuroplasticity, you know, they're engaged and they're thinking correctly, thinking straight. So I think there's going to be multiple endpoints, and what I'm really excited about is the possibility of getting a biomarker out of my colleague to the far right that would be kind of a slam dunk, because seeing the brain is believing, and you haven't seen his data yet, but I think those data and the multiple ways of measuring that will contribite to the pivotal phase 2. And then, of course, all of the excellent NIDA scales that, you know, Sharon Walsh, Dr. Walsh has used in the studies with lefexidine and buprenorphine, and that we can take those, combine it with the random urine checks, and then have a biomarker. Dr. Rao.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's worth mentioning that the Sublocade approval was based on weekly urine and looking at harms reduction there. So, looking at reductions in the amount of urine positivity. It's a nice objective marker. It's ultimately what you want to see in this patient population. So it would be, that obviously when we're looking at a similar label to Sublocade, a similar indication statement, that's probably where we have it. Then of course, these would all be important secondary endpoints, including mood, et cetera.
Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any additional questions right now.
I yield my next 5 minutes to Secretary Friedlander. You may use it now or taking it on.
Many of these questions have been asked. So many of my questions have been asked. I'm coming towards the end. I'm going to have a final question. Why 42 million? What's the magic in that number? And what does this Commonwealth, is there anything the Commonwealth of Kentucky specifically gets for that?
That would be a question for me, Secretary. The experts are here to discuss the topic specifically.
I don't think so, because you're asking for funding, right? So what is that for? That's all I'm asking.
As the originator of the
I'm not asking.
As the originator of the $42 million figure, which came from me, I'm happy to answer that question here, or we can answer it in a subsequent part of this discussion. None of these individuals, if you want to ask them the degree to which 42 million matched by another 42 million from a private entity would have efficacy in the process, go for it. But if the question is, what are the source and what is the justification for the 42 million? That's a question for me to answer.
That's great. We can discuss it later. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have one final. And you all have been talking about it all. So, as we look at the impacts of the brain, right? As we look at our governor up here, right? Not the one up here. Dr. Williams, you've talked about in some ways it's a dysregulation around between, again, this is a great Kentucky reference, so I'm going to use it, where the player's telling the coach what to do, and what we need to do is reorient the coach as being in the lead. As we look at that, and as we look at what that structure is and what that communication is, and I think you even talked about flipping the switch, right? And again, I think you gave me a really good answer about what the time frame is that we might be looking on for that. You talked about a 10-year time frame. I think, and you also talk about, sorry, I don't mean this to be a statement. like psychiatry 3.0, right? Where we had talk, and then we had medications that had some impact, and we don't even always understand why they work. But 3.0 really being about what that brain structure is and what that switch is. I guess I view that as probably the most promising thing beyond medication, right? The most promising thing we can look towards. And so as you look at that, and as you look at the impact of brain and changing that coach-player relationship, that distance from where we are to where we would like to be as an inpatient piece. I'm gonna be done, I promise. Can you talk about that impact a little bit more? I found it so fascinating. I'd like to hear a little more about that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sounds great. Yeah, just to, these were comments I think I made in various contexts around kind of kind of analogies of ways of thinking about disruptions in the brain, right? And so, the kind of meta concept here is we've been talking a lot about cardiology, right? And I'm jealous of the cardiologists because they know a lot more about the heart than we know about the brain, right? But I would argue that what cardiology went through in the 1940s and 1950s that we're going through now with the brain. And so, the way to understand the brain is to perturb the brain, right? Perturb the brain through focal brain stimulation, as we were talking about earlier. We've found some ways of kind of flipping directionality of signaling in the brain so that we can have it so that the control function of the brain is in charge again. But also, these sorts of medications that end up having a single administration, and then they have a subsequent kind of reshaping of this kind of the way the brain signals. And I think that's important for treating people with opioid use disorder, but in a bigger sense, it's important if we have really effective tools to help us develop diagnostics, to your point, right? And so if part of what comes out of this effort and the efforts around Ibogaine specifically, and maybe these other rapid-acting drugs, are ways of seeing contrast in the brain. This is what the brain looked like before. We had this very dramatic drug effect. This is what the brain looks like after. And to Dr. Mash's point, then we start to have the same sorts of findings that we've been talking about on the EKG. The ability to read into the brain and understand what's going on, or maybe what's going wrong with the brain in the addicted person specifically, or in other psychiatric conditions more generally. And I think that effort's an important one because it'll help us to really figure out and diagnose people in a better way. And I'd argue that given the kind of nature of neuroscience in 2023, we're really entering into that process. And I personally think it's very exciting.
Thank you.
Ms. Purdy.
Hi, can I just ask one more follow-up question? Again, I forgot to say thank you in the beginning, and say thank you all for being here and bringing this vital information to us. Just one question about the cardiac piece. Is Dr. Alper, you talked about how the cardiac piece is what you're looking at. Does this treatment cause the cardiac issues, or is it a preconceived thing that you also look at before patients come in? So is it both and are you tracking patients afterwards to see what the results are based on the half-life of the drug staying in the person's body?
So.
Wait into that microphone, please, Dr. Mash.
So the question, let me restate the question. Are you looking at the cardiac effects of Ibogaine? Is this something that's a problem before the person takes it, or is it during it, and how does it change over time with the clearance of the drug? There you go. So the first part is who should take Ibogaine. If you are genetically at risk, or you have a family member who has syncope or sudden death, cardiac sudden death, or cardiac hypertrophy, your QT interval is already prolonged, you're not probably going to be a good candidate for Ibogaine, so you'll probably be screened out, all right? When you take Ibogaine, as Dr. Rao explained, there is what is called a transient prolongation of the QT interval. It clears with the clearance, it goes back down as the drug half-life's out, and it goes back to normal. You have to look at the electrolytes in the blood: potassium, magnesium, and calcium, actually, also. All three of them are very important because those electrolytes are what is signaling in the heart. So if you have low potassium, the doctor would tank you up on your potassium. Magnesium is very effective. We use magnesium in St. Kitts.
But if you're already screened out, you won't get in the first place, you will be.
You won't get the drug if you've been screened out. If you're not fit to take Ibogaine, you're not gonna be administered Ibogaine. So you're gonna have to meet the basic, as with any medicinal procedure.
That was my concern previously about certain populations where this is already a risk based on health, heredity, etc.
Yes, yes, and we're learning, again, just as the cardiology is an emerging science too, so we're learning a lot about how to screen subjects and look for these risks. Now, I can tell you that we didn't do any genetic screening in St. Kitts, and we didn't even ask these types of questions. So there may have been people there, and that's why, going back to what Dr. Brown said, the early trials, when you expand the database and you go into large populations, you're gonna have subjects taking the drug. And I know, as I sit here today with absolute certainty, that there were people in our study in St. Kitts and probably going down to Mexico that might have had associated risks, had the transient changes in their cardiology while on drug, and are here to talk about their experience.
Okay, so there are no reported incidents of it causing people post?
Long-term, no, and that's an important question, thank you.
Yeah, and I think it's important to contextualize that this drug hasn't been completely medicalized in the way we think about medicalization in the United States.
Yes.
And so, when you hear about these reports, you're hearing about it in the context of, taking the drug in a hotel room in a country, so if you have this in an appropriate monitored setting, you're gonna do it the same way we do, we kind of deal with a lot of drugs that have QT prolongation. There's a drug called Geodon that's on the market as an antipsychotic. It prolongs the QT quite a bit. You have to really watch that drug, right? So there's a lot of drugs out there that prolong the QT that are approved by the FDA, that people are getting every single day in the state of Kentucky, in every state, and so it's more about medicalization of this. And if we can really do that, to your point, we can really screen a lot of people out and make sure it's a lot safer.
Thank you.
Ms. Butcher?
No questions.
Mr. Brown?
I have some three very basic questions that you may or may not can answer. There's been some numbers alluded to as the number of known deaths from Ibogaine, 19 or so. But can you put some context to that as to what kind of a sampling does that come from? Has there been hundreds or thousands of people administered the drug?
We estimate over 10,000 people. That was what in my publication, which was an invited review. Dr. Alper wrote the original 19. He reported on the first 19, and then we came back. There's actually more. There's 33 in the published peer-reviewed literature over 20 years. Okay? Do we know? That's why we want to get the real-world evidence. We're trying to do that with the study with OSU. Is to try to get those numbers a little bit better anchored, but we estimated, and this was a few years back, well over 10,000. Now listening to the number of veterans that Dr. Williams mentioned of 1,000, I'm sure that number is much lower. So it's, again, this is, we need to do this in the United States.
Okay.
Okay.
And obviously with MAT, success from Suboxone or methadone is very low when you look at recidivism over a year or 2 years. Some say 5 to 10%. Do you have any idea what percent of recidivism has been experienced with your studies in this drug?
Straight up, no.
No, we don't have that data.
Straight up, no.
Okay. And the last thing, has mentioned of the cardiac issues, as has been mentioned, many of the people that will need this drug have health conditions, obviously. What percent would you estimate would be excluded from using the drug because of a cardiac issue or other health issue?
Good question. I don't think we have a good handle on that just yet. And part of the reason for that is when you're doing earlier stage trials, I went through the different sort of stages, so we're prepping for a real phase 2 study. You do tend to be a lot more stringent in phase 2. So you want that to be, they're smaller studies, so you want the patients to be more homogeneous in that context. So that will be more stringent. It'll be when you get to phase 3 where you start getting a better handle on this. But I don't know. I don't think I've seen a very good. I mean, we've talked a little bit about it vis-a-vis what the upper limit of QT, based on QT is. I have to go back and look. I mean, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else on the panel wish to speak to that issue?
I think, Dr. Rao names it. Again, this is why it's so important to do a good clinical, a GCP trial. You've got to do a well-designed clinical trial. And we're basing the observational data are highly supportive. We know something about the risk, definitely. And we can inform, we de-risked, if you will, the drug development. I would argue we de-risked the drug development program because of this extensive observational database, but it's not it's not the clinical trial, it's not the medicalization that Dr. Williams is describing to us. We need to get there. We need to get in the clinic. We need to do this in the United States. We need to have well-balanced clinical trial inclusion, men, women, people, a diverse patient population that's well representative of the community that this drug will serve. We got to get in the clinic. Help us get in the clinic.
And to Dr. Rao's point, I mean, with most, I think all clinical trials, you're going to have a much tighter population that's going to be the population that's studied, that you go through the FDA processes with, and then after an FDA approval, then you can start to do kind of post-market studies and extend out into the kind of edge of that risk portfolio and really get a sense of it, right? And so if you can do that, then you can eventually get to that number, right, of kind of hard nose, where it's like you can't really treat this, much smaller population of people. But I think at the end of the day, I mean, to your point that, some folks with opioid use disorder or long-term heroin use have had endocarditis, had infection of their heart, and so there's going to be a subgroup of people in which the risk benefit isn't going to be there, certainly for the trial, maybe not for right after approval. And you have to really figure that out. But there's also a group of people that haven't, right, that have largely been on oral, prescription opiates and don't have that kind of infection history, for instance, and that would be really eligible for this. So I think there's a mix of both.
If you've had an MI, if you've had a myocardial infarction, you're not going to get ibogaine, right?
Dr. Root.
So in addition to being a person in long-term recovery, I'm also a pastor of a local church in Central Kentucky. And it sounds like during that time period when the blind folks are on, like something pretty significant and powerful is occurring. Can you speak to the awareness or the observation of spirituality for the respondents or the subjects?
Yeah, I mean, to follow up with your question earlier around the support, right? So this is a substance that produces an altered state. They are not in their normal waking state of consciousness. They're going through this life review in which they're re-experiencing past memories and kind of reconsolidating them. And you've got to prepare people for that, because it is a transformative experience for them. Some may call it spiritual, others would call it, an altered state. I mean, at the end of the day, you're really using different terms for the same process where people are really in a different way of seeing reality and seeing the world, right? And you have to prepare them for that. And then when the drug wears off, you have to kind of help them to figure out what just happened. to your point, I think there's the layer that is the layer, as you described, of going through the process of coming off of a drug and staying off in the 12 steps. There's this piece around this, what you would refer to as spirituality or altered state, all kind of the same idea that they're seeing the world in a different way. And then the third piece, which I see that's much more general to folks with chronic treatment-resistant illness, is that in many cases, these folks were relying on their spouse or their parent or their kid to help them, and they were kind of stuck in that system, and then they're all of a sudden a whole lot better, and their whole life has to kind of shift and change because the things that they had to do or they were relying on may not be there anymore, but their whole life was built around that, and so all of that really interacts with each other, right? The kind of history of being, an addict, being addicted to drugs, this kind of very dramatic change in the way they see the world, and the other layer of being well and feeling different for the first time. And it's quite a lot to have to kind of deal with over the course of those weeks and months. And to your point, I think very important to have the support levels that you were describing earlier.
In the 2018 paper, we described what we did. We used anthropologic techniques where we did structured elicitation narratives. And then we had a psychologist, more than one psychologist go in there and do content coding through the narratives and then pull out, some of the observations. But I listened to some of those tapes. And I'm a scientist, so I like to talk about the brain and the neurons and et cetera, the synapses. I mentioned the moral inventory. There was a deeply profound, not for everyone, but there was for many, there was a deeply profound awareness of higher power, God, recognition of the importance of reconnecting with God, and that was important as part of the recovery. That was a common theme that came out. And I was one of the people who wanted to get rid of the oniric effects. So when the metabolite doesn't have this property that Ibogaine has. And we know exactly the blood levels we need to get to, Professor Freeman, to get to the oniric effects and perhaps the reset button, if such a thing. So I argued that we don't need that we could take that away and use low-dose formulations of the metabolite. And my therapy team, when I would talk like this, would go berserk and say, no, you don't work with these patients. What we're seeing here is something very profound, or the word we would use now would be transformative. So, I just, I'm very humbled, and the more I learn, and I learn again today, even sitting up here listening to the questions, I'm so humbled by what the potential is for helping people and to lifting people out of the addiction. And I think, let's bring all the tools to the toolbox. I think is one, but I definitely think there's something about who we are fundamentally as human beings and our relationship with our communities, our family, our peers, our community, and our sense of God.
I think the prevailing of intention over compulsion is both a cardinal spiritual goal and a goal of recovery as well, and an action that's mediated by these agents that facilitate recovery. One way of looking at, what is a psychedelic? What are these, agents? What do they do? I think we look at, the way I look at it is that there are linkages between representations and motivational states. Representation is a memory, a perception, a thought. A motivational state is preparation for action. Basically, there's two elemental ones, approach or avoid. So PTSD would be the linkage between representations of war and the motivational state of avoidance. Addiction could be the representations of drug effects linked to approach behaviors. And so I think that you can look at the ultimate effect is true intention where there was compulsion.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Cameron?
Studies that you're, I guess, Dr. Williams and Dr. Mash were part of, did you see a reduction in other medicines that people were currently on for maintenance, if it's Suboxone or anything? Was there a stoppage in that after taking Ibogaine and no longer needed anything? What's your percentage of those patients, if you can say?
Yeah, I mean, the study that we did with the traumatic brain injury patients, they came in, most of them, many of them, on classic sort of SSRIs or selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, these drugs that we use as an antidepressant, as an anti-anxiety drug. We use them in PTSD, and everyone had to come off of that to receive Ibogaine because there is some risk associated with having those drugs on board concurrently. But the interesting kind of effect of that is that I don't want to speak without looking directly at the data, but my memory of this was I think everybody was still off of them when we finished the follow-up at 1 month, so nobody had to restart them.
And what I'm hearing you all say pretty much right now, the biggest opposition to Ibogaine would be the heart issues, apparently. That's, anytime I do any research, we've done research on it, it's the first thing you see.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And you've addressed that here by who would be receiving it. So my question, you probably can't answer this, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. Who or what is the biggest obstacle for Ibogaine to move forward into a study, to maybe go into FDA approval, get on the market so it can be utilized?
I'd say it's a data generation right now, right? So we, at least for us, we don't have a so-called IND, an investigational new drug application in the United States. We're working on that. So there's a meeting that occurs prior to that. You put together all the data you have, right? So all the preclinical data, all the safety data from animals, whatever data that, we've done a phase 1 study, so we've characterized some of the cardiac issues and have a better understanding of that. And so then you put that forward to the FDA, and then the FDA says yea or nay on that. You obviously put together a plan as well. This is what we want to do in our phase 2 trial. This is the patient population we want to look at, and this is what we want to look at as the outcome measure. That's the urine plasticity, et cetera. So that's the next step, and that's what we're working on.
We were IND enabled, so IND enabling studies, which is what ATI has funded and BEMREX funded first, and then ATI is more significantly funded. The dollars in the last slide that I had, I was flipping through them quickly. I can send you that PowerPoint for distribution, but the last slide says we need to pick up the pace of this. So time is the enemy. And with that is the cost. So you can go fast if you have strategic dollars to accelerate the trials. More enrollments, more numbers, more safety data, more shared protocols, more shared best practices, and the ability to kind of make a Manhattan Project out of this. I watched Oppenheimer and the whole Los Alamos thing, and how when Americans got together and put their will behind it, we won the war. I think that's what we need. I think we need the best scientists, the best people who know how to do clinical trials, our academic colleagues together, public-private partnership to accelerate the pace of this so that we can bring this, if the data is forthcoming, and we believe that based on what we've learned that it will be, if we can demonstrate this in controlled clinical trials, then we'll have the wind in our sails and we'll be able to get there.
I have one final statement, and the positive on it is there's bipartisan support on the Hill that was just introduced last week. So with veterans, which is very positive. So thank you for what you're all doing.
Thank you. Representative Bentley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I forgot to thank you all again. But anyone that has a CV with 67 pages, I have to respect that. I've got to tell you who I am. I'm a PharmD from University of Kentucky. I'm the only representative pharmacist in the House or the Senate. So, LSD, when you use it, sometimes when you're under stress, your brain gets you back and have hallucinations. Does this product do that too?
That's a great question. So what our doctor is asking us, what the question is there hallucinogen persisting disorder with Ibogaine? And we have, Dr. Williams, you have a good sample set. We didn't see that in the St. Kitts study.
This is a very different, as you know, this is a very different mechanism than what you see with LSD, which is a 5-HT2A receptor agonist, you know, and so this produces a different acute psychological effect that I described earlier, and it seems to have different sorts of risk, and in this case, that particular risk we did not observe.
Second, on relapse, I was involved with Zyban at first, and the insurance companies always told us we'd have 5 to 6 relapses with nicotine, being nicotine the most addictive drug known to man. So I think that's probably the problem here. They're going to see that relapse many times before they pay. So it might be a different approach for it. Okay, and one more. I have a pharmacokinetic question. Are the desirable actions of Ibogaine and 18-MC mediated by GDNF?
Okay, I'll take that. Of course. Sorry, I have to talk a lot, as you can tell. This is a very important question, sir. So it looks, the so Ibogaine is rapidly cleared from the blood in 24 hours. The Ibogaine has a longer half-life, about 24 to 27 hours, depending on the levels in the blood. But that's pretty much what we've seen and characterized in our studies with the tile. So that aligns. In terms of the GDNF, GDNF stands for glial-derived neurotrophic factor. It's one of the brain has these trophic factors that turns on the plasticity in the brain. One of them regulates serotonin. GDNF regulates dopamine, and dopamine is, you know, where you abuse drugs because opioids, nicotine, alcohol, cocaine elevates neurotransmitter dopamine. So it looks like Ibogaine and noribogaine both do turn on GDNF along with BDNF. So you're getting that may be contributory to both of them do that, yes. 18MC, does anybody know about 18MC? I don't believe that it does.
The experiments that have been done.
Oh, actually, that was published.
That was done in neuroblastoma culture cells.
But the publication on GDNF by Eric Ron in California demonstrated that she couldn't get the effect with 18MC and the GDNF that she got with
But
noribogaine.
one condition she didn't look at is the whole animal. So in other words, the possibility that 18MC could be causing the expression of GDNF in a whole animal by projections to the ventral tegmental area wasn't really addressed with that work. Another thing is that in the preclinical model, Ibogaine and 18MC have equivalent effects on drug self-administration. So if if 18MC doesn't cause expression of GDNF in neuroblastoma cell cultures, and Ibogaine does, then you also have to consider a possibility that maybe that's not essential to its effect on self-administration as well. So there needs to be additional work done, particularly in giving these to the whole animal and looking at the expression of GDNF as a consequence of where it's systemically administered.
So
more work needs to be done to really answer that question.
None of us are working, I don't know, maybe you're working on it, but we haven't studied 18MC. 18MC is 18-methoxycoronardine. It's comes out of Stan Glick. It was moved out to Savant, and then it went into Mind Medicine. And my understanding is they have, Dr. Rao, they have shelved the program.
That's the best.
It doesn't, for some reason, Dr. Rao.
Yeah, no, I mean, they redid the phase 1 trial. They never published the results. It was an old phase 1 trial, never saw the results, and there was another phase 1. I have not seen the results. That's the best of my knowledge. It's not being developed any further.
just an idea, as a pharmacologist, it'd be great for your nanotherapy.
Yeah,
Yeah, could be interesting, yeah.
yeah, we're,
Any time left? Nope, I'm done.
We could spend an hour on your questions.
We are running slightly ahead of schedule. We have planned a 45-minute lunch break that would begin right at 12:15 with re-adjournment at, looks like 1. What we will do now is we'll take an extended, actually, we have planned to adjourn for lunch at 12:30 and reconvene at 1:15. We'll adjourn now for lunch. We'll take an hour so everybody can stretch their legs and clear their mind for what will be the last round of questioning. And before we adjourn, I want to directly answer Secretary Friedlander's observations about the 42 million as the individual who conceptualized that figure. And that comes with a couple of rationales, and these have been stated publicly elsewhere. The first is at present, the total amount of the settlement coming to Commonwealth of Kentucky from the opioid distributors and manufacturers is $842 million. The share that will be distributed by this commission consists of $421 million. $42 million is 5% of the whole, and in keeping with the concept of the tithe, 10% for research and development for a particular therapeutic breakthrough by this commission seem to be reasonable, when 9 out of $10 will go to support existing treatment delivery infrastructures. And perhaps as important, everyone on this commission knows that the commission is funding Senate Bill 90. Senate Bill 90 is a very consequential and significantly important criminal justice reform initiative that has been undertaken with the leadership of the legislature to clear some of the criminal justice issues that complicate long-term recovery for individuals impacted by that recovery. This is a significant initiative. It is also modestly scaled in 11 out of 120 counties. This commission is paying for this criminal justice reform project to the tune of $42 million over the next 4 years. It is my simple, personal, individual opinion that if this commission can pay for a highly consequential criminal justice reform initiative in 11 counties to the tune of $42 million over 4 years, then perhaps we can explore devoting $42 million, which would be matched by the participating clinical research entity for a total of $84 million over the next 6 years to potentially revolutionize how we treat opioid use disorder for the people of this state, for the people of this country, and for the people of this world. And given what we have heard here today, if we use $84 million, given the history of development of Suboxone that was just previously explained, it would seem as though we have an opportunity to help produce some very necessary strategic momentum to help get this across the finish line. And we will continue to debate the figure as time goes on, but I wanted to state for the record where it came from, the rationale to justify it, and how it would impact this particular process. And with that, we are adjourned for lunch.
Brian, can I say something real quick?
Yes, sir. You sure may. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I've got to leave at the break to catch a flight, but thank you all. This has been a fascinating discussion. I've learned a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Reconvene at 1 o'clock. as possible. We will now go through what will be a conclusory round of questions to our expert panelists. This will be followed by the personal testimonies of Ms. Juliana Mulligan and Ms. Jessica Blackburn, and then we'll reserve the final portion for public comments for individuals who've signed up to deliver those. Secretary Friedlander, you have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Mom? Okay, there we go. I don't think I have any other questions. I appreciate your all's presentation. Very informative. Thank you very much. If I have one other, it may just be asking something different. What are the things that you would need to help move the work forward?
Let's get that IND in place. Let's find some clinical sites that can work with us quickly. I mean, those are the to me, those are the rate limiting steps right now. So anything that can be done to expedite that. Again, as I think we mentioned, we're getting ready to submit, not to distant future, a pre-IND before a pre-IND meeting, putting together the IND package after that, and then, again, in parallel to that, really kind of gearing up for phase 2. So anything that helps us with sites, obviously helps us with enrollment at those sites would be great.
And tapping the talent here in the state.
Of course, goes without saying, yeah.
Clinicians and therapists, people who who can help with patient referrals.
Because I think you already said some, we talked about the psychedelic and the nervousness around that. Do you feel like some of that's been taken away? I know I asked the question earlier, but do you feel like that's it? Your reception, you're talking to the FDA, right? I'm not. So do you feel like your reception there has been better?
FDA is not an issue,
Okay.
genuinely. The FDA is really not an issue. I mean, they have their usual concerns about any drug class, and they've had their questions around things like therapy and how that integrates. They recently put out a guidance document that specifically focuses primarily focused on 5-HT2A agonist like psilocybin, as well as entactogens like MDMA. Not surprising because those are the 2 later stage assets, right? So MDMA is going to have a new drug application very soon. So that's what they're definitely, they have been very open, very receptive in all the discussions so far to this cost.
Thank you.
Dr. Friedman.
Yeah, I just have one final question. And again, thanks for coming today and sharing your expertise. It's real interesting to hear of all the good work and the studies that are being done and the potential that's there. So if you could, let's say everything goes, perfectly, in which we know how sometimes that's an unrealistic situation, but let's say everything goes perfectly, what would be your best estimate for when a commercial product of Abatement would be available for broad use in a clinic situation, inpatient, with the appropriate monitoring and so on?
I hate to use this one, but we haven't guided publicly on this, so I can't say anything now, unfortunately. So that's an SEC thing at the moment. I guess I can give you generic guidance, right? So when you think about large studies of the sorts that we've been talking about. So phase 2, I normally kind of, depending on the size of the trial, I normally kind of allocate on the order of 12 months to 18 months. And depending on the size of a larger phase 3, it's 18 months to 2 years. So that's roughly how I think about it. And you have to do the phase 2, you have to have a period of time where you go to the FDA to have an end of phase 2 meeting, and then, to make sure your plan is reasonable. And then you got to kick these trials off. Usually there's a bit of a stagger. And then it takes a couple of quarters to file. So these are generic estimates and they're not specific to this.
Yeah, so generic estimate then, if I heard you were talking 5.
Something in that, yeah.
6 years, okay. Thank you.
Of course.
Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you, Brian. The last question I have, it was really helpful to hear Dr. Mash talk about just the layman's terms of walking us through the process of what it would look like for a patient that has this drug administered. I was wondering if you all could expound, this happened a little bit when she was sharing earlier, but I think we ran out of time, of what the process would look like. You talked about Dr. Mash and St. Kitts when you observed what the psychiatry team or whatever that portion of the study was doing. Could you guys, I don't know if it's a better question for Dr. Williams at what that would look like, or Dr. Mash, just help our individuals who are here in attendance, myself included, understand what type of interaction a patient would have in that altered state that you discussed.
You don't, it's different than, the question is, can you explain what the nature of the interaction is with the patient during, when they're under the Ibogaine and they're in the altered state? Unlike MDMA, which is assisted psychotherapy, in Ibogaine, the drug does the work. There is no therapy while the patient is under. Patient is under solid medical monitoring. So vital signs, they're kept quiet, and just, that's why eye shields and ear and the headphones for the music to let them relax and just let the flow state begin. There's no interaction. The work begins after that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, that's all.
What's up?
That's all.
I'm gonna defer till the end. Ms. Purdy?
Piggybacking off what she just said, I'm just curious about what has been your most successful, as you see, successful patient through this therapeutic process and the results wise.
I'll go
You
first.
can start.
So we quite a few folks who've done well, but one that I remember vividly was a gentleman who, before he went down to Mexico, when he was in the hotel room the night before he was about to leave, so it was he'd finished all of his assessments with us. It was Sunday night before he was supposed to get up in the morning and fly to San Diego and cross the border and go receive Ibogaine. He had an aborted suicide kind of process where he actually thought about ending his life, and he'd kind of done some preparatory work to do that. He didn't call any of us. And then some of his, this is a Navy SEAL, some of his Navy SEAL brethren that were there with him came in early in the morning and kind of found him in this state, kind of got him out of it, brought him down to Mexico, and and then he let us know when he got back after he was completely not suicidal anymore, doing really, really well, and was kind of in a different frame. And you always know when you see somebody like that, they say something like, I can't even understand what I was thinking when I was in that state. And he had such a huge transformation to go from being so hopeless that the kind of the life raft that was going to save him, he wasn't even going to reach for it in that sense. And he had to have help to reach, to get to the point where his kind of buddies helped him to reach. And then he's helping everybody else now, you know what I mean? So that kind of level of transformation is possible, and it was a week later.
Okay. I have one more follow-up. You talked about people under the effect going through a life journey. Are all the patients you've studied thus far PTSD? Do you have people who just is like a teenager or a young adult who's just taking this because all other things have failed?
That's a great question.
And all others have failed, and their journey is not as traumatic.
So you have multiple events. That's a great series of questions. Also, thank you for that. So the question to restate it is, does everybody have PTSD? I'm going to start with that first phase. And the answer is no. So in the St. Kitts group, we weren't necessarily bringing people in based on trauma as our veterans who we know have battlefield, multiple deployment and all of that trauma as a primary. However, when you look at addiction as an acquired illness, the incidence of trauma in that group is very high, especially for women, but for men too. Sexual abuse, horrible, horrible trauma, childhood abuse, et cetera, et cetera. So that is all neglect, all those syndromes are in there, and we did characterize that as part of the psych eval in St. Kitts. So I think that's fair. In terms of the age differences, in St. Kitts, we didn't take young people, anybody below 21. We didn't know enough yet. You know, I didn't feel comfortable with that, so we didn't. So most of our subjects were a little bit older and had many, many years of use. So they had grown into their addiction. We don't know the answer to that, and I think that's something that we should proceed carefully with that, because, you know, developmental brain.
Right.
And I think a lot about that.
Okay.
And the FDA requires that once you get an approval anyway. You have to have a pediatric plan. That could only encompass adolescents, which is 13 to 18. You can go beyond that. I can't imagine you would go beyond that with this compound.
You would never.
Thank you. No questions?
I don't have any either. Thank you all very much.
Dr. Root?
Yes, sir. I have no further questions. Just thank you all very, very much. You've been very descriptive, very informative, and you've answered the questions that I have at this point, so thank you.
Mr. Cameron?
Thank you all for attending. I have no further questions. I reserve the balance of my time to Mr. Hubbard.
Representative Bentley?
Yes, sir, I want to talk.
Go for it.
I'm not gonna give you any money. I drove all the way from West Virginia to get here. I know that.
Right at.
What's the LD 50? Have you put a point on that yet?
There's some rat data, and there is.
Dr. Mash, if you don't mind, move into that microphone.
Sir, there is an LD50 from rodent studies, and it's up there in more than 10, I've forgotten,
So it's over 100.
Yeah, it's over.
There's a couple of estimates.
Pretty safe.
Mgs per kg, yes.
Yeah. It's way above what you would use for any kind of self-administration. It's well above what you would use for a self-administration or withdrawal study, manyfold.
If a person, does a person have any withdrawal off of Ibogaine itself?
No.
No.
So why does the Schedule 1 then, if it's not abusive?
Because it was a hallucinogen.
Yeah, this is back in the day, right? This is when the Controlled Substances Act first came out and how they mandated it. So they put everything like LSD and psilocybin in there. MDMA as well kind of fit into that to some degree. I mean, there's some degree of psychological dependence there, but this is a sort of a hallucinogen, or it is hallucinogen, so they stuck this in there as well. Anything along those lines they put in that.
In the
bucket.
late
It's not-
60s, they
yeah.
classified everything, so under the Analogs Act, Doug Kramer's still on there. No, what year was it? It's in my review article if they pass that around, but the scheduling, DEA scheduling, why is it Schedule 1, Doug? You can speak. Can we hear you?
Get a little bit closer to the microphone that has my audio. I'm having trouble hearing you.
All right, never mind. So, never mind, Douglas, it's too bad, because he knows this like an Encyclopedia Britannica. But they scheduled all those compounds, so any of, and, you know, Ibogaine is different. I mean, you kind of said that in response to your question about this. So if you look at the different medicines, these groups of molecules, psilocybin and LSD sits in one box, the dimethyltryptamine's in another box, the hallucinogenic amphetamines, the MDMA in another box, and Ibogaine's alone by itself. Mechanistically, it doesn't share. I think Dr. Williams mentioned to you the 5-HT2A receptor, serotonin receptor mechanism. So he's sitting over there in the box. He just got lumped in.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah, that's what happened, and it makes it tough when you do the research, because, for example, when we do, we cannot bring contracts into our US vendors because of the delay in getting the DEA license and things like that. So that's something also that when you ask about what could, make things go faster, that's something. And I think also, again, this type of leadership and momentum will help us all the way around. I don't, throwing the stone in the water. This is going to get picked up and understood by the DEA. This is going to be understood by SAMHSA. This is going to have reverberations to help make things easier.
So is there any other compounds in the alkaloid group?
In our
Ibogaine, medical marijuana, we got about 40 or 60
Yeah, no, it's a
THC?
great question. So these are in the indole alkaloids, because this is indolamine, right? The serotonin part of the molecule and the 5-ring group. So there are, in the ibogaine, this root comes from Africa and Western Equatorial Africa, in the region of Gabon, and the original iboga roots have 12 alkaloids, but ibogaine is the primary one. There's tabernanthine, which has a little bit maybe of a benzodiazepine inverse agonist kind of mechanism to it. So there are some structural analogs out there, and you mentioned also, Mr. Friedlander, that the Delex pharmaceutical, the non-hallucinogenic compounds, which are azepino indoles, which are, if you go back and look, they're very structurally similar to Composition of Matter series that we had back in 1997 that we published, where we tried to break down the molecule and identify the structural motifs in the molecule that would have the most efficacy. And then, of course, there's the metabolite of ibogaine or ibogaine. So, and then 18MC, which is a congener of the ibogaine backbone. So there's, you know, if you look at the original LSD pharmacology program at Sandoz, I mean, Dr. Hoffman, what a great story, right? Because from that original ergot, from Mother Nature, again, ergot alkaloid, you know, the mold, came, I don't know, 5 or 6 blockbuster drugs, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he would have owned
Right.
half of Sandoz.
And look at
That
LSD.
became Novartis.
The new family of antipsychotics come from LSD.
Some do, yeah.
No, Red.
Nothing further?
I got some, but I'm trying to.
We'll have to come back just to have.
I think Dr. Kramer wanted to comment on.
The question, why is ibogaine a Schedule I drug? My recollection is that it was scheduled under the 1971 Convention on Psychotropic Substances. It may be considered a narcotic, but it doesn't necessarily have to be a Schedule I drug.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Well, Representative Bentley, I have 5 minutes yielded to me by Mr. Cameron. You're welcome to it if you would like.
No, sir. I want to hear you talk.
Secretary Friedlander, I have 10 minutes, 5 of my own, 5 from Mr. Cameron. You're welcome to any of them that you would like.
No, sir.
Okay. Well, it appears as though we have come to the conclusion of our questions for our panel experts. I have none for any of you. I want to thank you on behalf of the commission and the people that we are here to serve for taking time out of your busy professional and personal schedules to come to Frankfort, Kentucky to speak with us about ibogaine and all of its potential as well as the risks that accompany it as we engage in this exploratory phase of discovery related to it. And I cannot tell you how thoroughly enjoyable and intellectually stimulating this is for somebody who barely scraped by in math and science. I probably learned more today than I did in 13 years of formal education in both subjects. Thank you all very much, and you are dismissed. If commission staff will prepare for Ms. Juliana Mulligan and her setup, we'll proceed with her testimony. don't mind, you've got a soft voice, and I'm hard of hearing. Lean in real good for that microphone.
How does it sound right now?
Good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you to the Opioid Abatement Commission for inviting me to speak today. Being able to share my story in service of the mission of this project is truly a dream. My name is Juliana, and I'm a formerly opioid dependent person, formerly incarcerated. I'm a psychotherapist and an Ibogaine treatment specialist. My training to do the work I do now began when I was 20 years old and trying my first opioid. It was methadone, and I acquired it from a friend who was on the clinic, which was popular in Florida in the early 2000s. After living through a childhood of incessant bullying from my peers, constant punishment from authority figures in school, and childhood sexual abuse, that experience of my first opioid was the first time I felt relief from my ceaseless depression and anxiety. It felt like total freedom and like the first time I had truly felt joy. In the beginning, I used it 2 or 3 times per week to find relief from the circumstances of my life. Little did I know that because of the half-life of methadone, it began to be present in my system continuously. 6 months into this pattern of use, I suddenly lost access to methadone. I had no idea that I was about to go through withdrawal, and I was in no way prepared for this. The only way to describe the sickness that overcame me is living hell. It feels like your body is frying in a frying pan, and there is nowhere to go mentally, no bodily position, and no other sensation that exists that can offer you any respite besides doing another opioid. Desperate to escape this hell, I moved on to any other opioid I could find. Oxycontin, Dilaudid, heroin, and fentanyl. I was not the type of drug user who was able to maintain functionality, and I quickly cycled through many of the typical experiences that an opioid user in this country might go through, such as homelessness, incarceration, overdoses, hospitalizations, being cut off by my family, and getting beaten up. Over that period of 7 years struggling with opioids, I attended 2 12-step-based abstinence-only rehab facilities. I served 3 months in county jail, attended innumerable 12-step meetings, and was put on both Suboxone and methadone at different times. Although the 12 steps are helpful for some people, I found its philosophies to be incredibly discouraging and depressing, and I did not connect with them. The 12 steps told me that I had a disease for life, which this concept has no scientific backing, actually. It told me that there is nothing I can do about having this disease for life, and that if the 12-step program didn't work for me, then it was my fault. This was highly traumatic for me, and it took me years for me to understand why. Many of us suffer a shared trauma from early on in life, which is being told that what we think and feel is wrong. Just the fact that we tell children that their value as a human being lays in the grades they get in school is beyond dehumanizing. This experience causes a vast disconnect from our internal power, our inner wisdom, and our spiritual connection. After a lifetime of being told that what I think and feel is wrong, the last thing I needed was to hear that message again when asking for help. Forcing a one-size-fits-all philosophy or treatment onto people is perpetuating this original trauma, and it causes people to feel like they are hopeless cases because mainstream treatment doesn't work for them. Medication-assisted treatment has its place, and for many it's life-saving. But again, it's not the right treatment for everyone. I personally did not like being on Suboxone. While on it, I was unable to experience joy or sadness. There was only a feeling of perpetual empty numbness when all I desperately wanted was to connect to something of meaning. The prescribing doctor had told me that I could stop taking Suboxone whenever I wanted, and that there would be no withdrawal. A complete lie. The withdrawal from Suboxone is long and torturous and can go on for months. I would rather detox from any other opioid if I had the choice. Some of my clients now are still being told that getting off Suboxone is simple and easy, which in my opinion is medical malpractice. Every Every person seeking treatment has the right to know exactly what they are signing up for. Full disclosure. They also have the right to be offered a selection of treatments before being put on a medication that's extremely difficult to get off of. I wish I had been given more options before being offered this medication. After 7 years of back and forth with MAT, rehabs, incarceration, and countless cold turkey withdrawals, I had gained some temporary stability and was living in Bogota, Colombia, teaching English. That stability did not last long though, as I was still depressed and had discovered that I could buy whatever opioids I wanted at the pharmacy with no prescription as long as I paid in cash. At first, this was an opioid user's dream. I could finally have as many drugs as I wanted with no limits. It took a few months before this started to feel like living in a lonely, dark hell. At a certain point with opioid use, there is no euphoria. You're only keeping from getting sick. Thankfully, this unlimited access to drugs helped me realize that I wanted out, that I was so tired of living like this. If I hadn't had that unlimited access to opioids, if I still had to chase them, never getting the amount I physically needed, I may not have gotten to this point. I remembered that a close friend had told me about a psychedelic medicine from Central Africa called Ibogaine a few years prior. This was the one treatment that I hadn't tried, and somehow I knew this was what was going to work for me. Fortunately, my parents were 100% supportive, and within days, I was on a flight to an Ibogaine clinic in Guatemala City. At that time, I didn't know what I know now, that it is essential that the medical screening and monitoring process with Ibogaine are done according to clinical safety protocol. Just like any medication in a hospital, there is a protocol that must be followed. Unfortunately, the clinic I chose was not following these protocols, and my treatment ended up with me in a hospital. They made a plethora of mistakes, giving me Ibogaine only 24 hours after I had arrived without stabilizing me properly, not doing the necessary preparatory blood work, and biggest of all, giving me double the maximum safe dose of Ibogaine. A dose like this could have killed anyone. Due to these mistakes, I experienced the cardiotoxic side effects of Ibogaine, a prolonged QT interval that led to the deadly arrhythmia torsades de pointes, and subsequently cardiac arrest. Fortunately, I was at the hospital by the time this occurred. This situation was completely avoidable had the proper clinical and dosing protocols been followed. Despite the intensity of the way this unfolded for me, the first memory I have coming to in the hospital was of feeling completely liberated. It felt like 1,000 pounds of guilt, shame, and regret had been lifted off of me for the first time. I suddenly saw how all of my years of suffering were actually my training to do the work I was meant to do, working to increase safe access to Ibogaine and to transform the outdated and inefficient drug treatment system in this country. Ibogaine revealed to me such a high degree of meaning and purpose that to this day, I refer to my 7 years with opioids as my internship. It's hard to put into words what it feels like to have a lifetime of what I had previously perceived was just disaster and disappointment transformed into a deep sense of connection and faith in a higher purpose. For me, this was nothing short of miraculous. Despite the dramatic hospital story, the medicine did its job for me. My mom told me later that I said to her about 10 times, "I'm not in withdrawal, I'm not in withdrawal." For someone who had survived an incalculable amount of cold turkey withdrawals, it's incomprehensible to not be sick after stopping a high dose of OxyContin and fentanyl patches. I remember suddenly feeling with total certainty that Ibogaine is the future of opioid disorder treatment. That was in November of 2011, and I haven't used an opioid or had a craving for one since. Strangely enough, Strangely enough, I can't even remember what they feel like, no matter how hard I try to remember. Ibogaine is well known for providing immersive dreamlike visions, which often play a major role in the inner realizations people have. Probably thanks to the high amount of medicine I received, I had no memory of my visions until about 3 months later. One night, as I was drifting off to sleep, the first vision I had at the beginning of my Ibogaine treatment finally came to me. In it, ironically, I was laying on a hospital bed with many wires and tubes running into me. This was interesting, since this vision happened before even going to the hospital. In the vision, there was no one around. The hospital seemed to be abandoned. I ripped out the wires and tubes and walked over to the window. Outside was a decaying post-apocalyptic looking city. I saw that I was finally free to escape these crumbling surroundings, and I began to climb out the window. I interpreted this to be the moment when I finally felt my own power as connected to a greater power. It was the moment I realized that I was free to leave the cage of disconnection. A year later, in 2012, I attended and presented at my first IBD conference in Vancouver, Canada. I watched Dr. Kenneth Alper, who is just here speaking, give a presentation on a case similar to mine, in which he explained exactly what had been done wrong during my treatment. I knew from there that the direction of my work with Ibogaine had to focus on the safety and ethics of treatment. I subsequently trained in 3 different Ibogaine clinics in South Africa, Costa Rica, and Mexico. Each worked with a different protocol, and I was able to learn in depth about what a safe treatment should look like. I also started working with people therapeutically before and after treatment, doing preparation and integration work. Another essential piece of Ibogaine treatment. Over the years, I've written articles, done podcasts, and spoken at many conferences and events about what needs to be changed to make Ibogaine safe and accessible to more people. The problem we have is that most of the clinics operating worldwide, with the exception of Brazil, are being run in a legal gray area, completely unregulated. There is no overseeing body to enforce clinical standards, to offer supervision, or to hold practitioners accountable. While I helped facilitate many safe treatments in which seemingly miraculous transformations occurred, there are also hospitalizations and other grievances still currently happening. The opportunity is here in Kentucky to make this treatment safe and standardized, to ensure the efficacy of the process, and to connect patients with further support services in a continuum of care. Of course, Ibogaine isn't magic, and it isn't a cure, but it is hands down the best door opener to the path of healing that myself and many others could find. My recent clinical training in integrative harm reduction psychotherapy with Dr. Andrew Tatarski in New York has taught me that there is no one-size-fits-all treatment, that each person comes from a unique set of experiences that requires an individually tailored approach. Most of my current therapy clients have described having experienced what is called treatment trauma, just like I did. They were told in previous drug treatment programs that they have a disease for life, there is nothing they can do to change that, and that there is only one way to treat it. The reaction I get when I tell them that there are many ways to work on this issue and that they are capable of evolving and changing at any time is one of simultaneous relief and anger that they were never told about other options or ways of understanding substance use issues. Continuing to only invest in the treatments we already have available, whose success rates are dismally low, would not only be doing a great disservice to those looking for help, but it also perpetuates and contributes to the harmful narrative that people are limited and permanently flawed. If we want to see a significant change in the trajectory of the prevalence of opioid use disorder in this country, we must explore new territory and take risks. Ibogaine has a wealth of promising clinical data to back it up, and thousands of anecdotal reports of success. This is a golden opportunity to standardize this exciting treatment and thus save many lives in Kentucky and beyond. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Jessica Black.
Thank you, Julia. Can you guys hear me?
Bring that microphone in close to you and let it be your friend.
Okay. It's, like Juliana said, it's really just an absolute dream to be here and to be having these conversations in my state, to look at this as a true potential for what it can do. So My name is Jessica Blackburn, and I'm a lifelong Kentucky native from a tiny little town about 2.5 hours from here called Betsy Lane. Some of you guys might be familiar. It's on the way to Pikeville, like if you're heading towards Whitesburg. So my parents were Glenn Blackburn and Margie Blackburn, and they were also both from Eastern Kentucky. My whole family is. So Betsy Lane is home to about 650 people, and it was a wonderful place to grow up. My childhood years were filled with love, friendship, time spent with family, and happiness. I was raised in a Christian household and grew up always going to church. My parents had strong morals and values, and I never doubted that I was loved. They encouraged me to work hard to achieve my dreams and supported me every step of the way. They felt that I had a very bright future. Many might think that my upbringing and the abundance of love that I experienced as a child would have kept me out of the snares of addiction. But that is not true. And my life was permanently altered and nearly lost when opiates were introduced into my life. My first exposure to prescription drugs was in middle school. And it was actually relatively common. So 7th and 8th grade, there were quite a few students who would steal their parents' medication and bring it to school. And this also kind of correlated with the time that everybody in Eastern Kentucky had a prescription to narcotics, just about. If they didn't have one, they were easy to obtain. So there were pills making their way to middle school. I didn't really understand what they were, didn't get into them at that time, but it was enough to make me curious. I started high school in 2000 and began to experience very uncomfortable anxiety and depression. I was very preoccupied with friends, boyfriends, college plans, and trying new things, but my depression and my anxiety was always present. By the time I was a sophomore, pills had become more and more common at the high school as well. It was also common at parties. You know, kids, you would expect to see at a high school party maybe alcohol or cannabis. These parties, at least with my high school, had oxycodone. That was just the recreational drug. So by the time I was a junior, many of my high school friends were taking prescription medication to get high on a regular basis. Again, stealing them from their parents or grandparents, but there were also plenty of drug dealers popping up all over Eastern Kentucky. Eastern Kentucky was, during this time, experiencing economic decline from the impacts of coal mines closing. So it just created a situation that was just rife to turn into a wildfire. You know, the drug dealers that were popping up were people's grandparents that you'd known your whole life. But they were also poor. And, you know, they had a bottle full of $80 pills. So it was a weird time. As I finished high school and prepared to start college, drugs were just everywhere. Everybody had pills in their pockets, and not long after, I tried oxycodone for the first time at 17. My experience using oxycodone for the first time felt like I had found a solution to my problems. I wasn't anxious, I wasn't depressed. I felt confident, energetic, and happy. I felt calm, and I felt in control. It did not take long for me to move from recreational use to full-blown addiction without even really recognizing what was happening. I was very young, I was very naive, and I didn't understand fully what I was doing to my body until I became very sick. I thought I had the flu, but it was opiate withdrawal. The person I was with at the time informed me that that's what it was, and the only thing I remember thinking was, well, how do I get more? And that's kind of what it was for years. I failed every class in my first semester of college and spent almost all of my time seeking, using, and recovering from oxycodone. I knew my life was out of control, but I didn't care. I knew that whatever I was worrying about would go away when I had more pills, and oxycodone quickly became my solution for everything. Eventually, my parents found out, and they came and medically withdrew me from Moorhead State, and they took me to my first treatment center. I remember seeing the bill after I came home from treatment. It was a typical 12-step model. It was $28,000 per month. They were responsible for $14,500 of that bill. That was my first of many treatments. So my addiction continued after my first inpatient rehab experience. And just over the years, I tried every traditional treatment that is out there, like all of them. Inpatient detox, outpatient, residential, 12-step, support groups, smart recovery, you name it, I tried it. I was very blessed. My family had quite a few resources, so I received a lot more opportunities than a lot of people would receive. When I would leave treatment, I would do very well in treatment, but when I returned to my environment, it was just too strong. And I would end up relapsing or getting around the same people, all the pitfalls that you experience in early recovery. I began to lose confidence in my ability to manage or control my life, and I felt quite confident that I was going to die. I also, like Juliana, believed that I was diseased and that my life would continue to be a series of relapses. I was going to have to need medication and that I would eventually die. My relationship with God and my spirituality eroded completely, and I was best described as an empty shell. My parents never gave up hope and continued to search for new, more effective treatment options. In 2008, after dozens of unsuccessful treatments at some of the nicest residential treatment centers in the country, relapse after relapse, utter devastation to my family. My father was randomly given a book when he was in Lexington, Kentucky, and it just so happened that one of the chapters in this book had a story about a young woman who took Ibogaine to interrupt her opiate addiction. He and my mother spent hours researching Ibogaine, looking for a place that they could send me, because we were desperate. Nothing had worked. Eventually, they found a place in Jalisco, Mexico, and I was on my way to Mexico to take Iboga. I hadn't really researched Iboga myself, only minimally. I was in active addiction prior to that, so they really did all of the work. But I didn't expect the treatment to be successful. I was very negative and locked in a depressive way of thinking. And truly, I wanted my life to end. I didn't believe in myself. I didn't believe in God. I didn't believe in anything. And that's how I showed up in Mexico. So the next evening, I was scheduled to begin my treatment. All I knew was it was going to be a strong, long-lasting psychedelic experience. Others at the clinic shared their experiences with me and described them as very profound and spiritual experiences. The only thing that I cared about was not going into withdrawal, and that was going to happen very soon. So I took my first dose of Iboga, and within 45 minutes, all of my withdrawal symptoms were gone. And I mean completely gone. So that was the first time I felt just the tiniest bit of hope. Like, maybe I'm going to be okay. And then I was unable to move. So that's one of the side effects of Iboga. You're not able to move very easily. And I just laid there in the bed and started to see things like a movie. And some of the things I saw were painful, but they were important. I was shown a lot about how my actions were impacting others and how my addiction was impacting my family, specifically my mother. And during a period of my experience, I experienced my mother's pain, like I was her, while she attended my funeral. And that really profoundly changed me for the rest of my life. When the effects of Ibogaine wore off, I got up from bed at a time that I should have been puking, covered in cold sweats, and having intense cravings. And for the first time in so many years, that thought did not enter my mind. All I wanted was a banana. I didn't think, how am I going to afford my drugs today? I did not have a single withdrawal symptom. I didn't hate looking at myself in the mirror. I also didn't want a cigarette. I felt free. I felt gratitude. And I felt thankful to God for the first time in years. My life had been given back to me. My first experience gave me several years of freedom and so many lessons that I had not recognized before. An example of this was the realization that I was not just an addict exhibiting the symptoms of my disease. I no longer felt powerless, and I have never felt powerless again since. I recognized that when I did relapse, it was my choice. I wasn't exhibiting the symptoms of my disease. I made the choice. There was no rationalization or blaming like before, because as an addict, when you told me that I was diseased and was exhibiting the symptoms of that disease, I would use that to manipulate a situation to my advantage. So there was none of that. I recognized that I was doing what I wanted to in that moment. So my road to recovery has not been a linear process. There have been bumps along the way, but I can now proudly say that in August, I will have 8 years without the use of any I can also say unequivocally that without the use of Iboga, I would not have survived. if you had told the young woman in that mugshot that she would be here today doing this with all of you, I would not have believed you. That is the kind of hope that this medicine can create. And to think that there are people out there in this state and nationwide whose lives could be saved, but they're not afforded that option, is heartbreaking. Kentucky is in a unique position to potentially create one of the most powerful treatment options in addiction medicine. Current protocols for substance abuse treatment, such as MAT, will always have a place in addiction medicine. But isn't it important to work together to put every single treatment option we can on the table, especially something as powerful as Abatement? More of the same is not what we need to move past this problem. The state has some of the best and brightest in the country here today, ready to help, and is well equipped to move this forward for the betterment of our state, our loved ones, those living in addiction who still suffer, and for families who have lost hope with your support. No Kentuckian should have to leave the country to receive this life-saving treatment. Thank you so much for the opportunity to come and speak. I'm so excited to be here, and yeah, this is awesome.
Thank you both very much for your bravery, your determination, and your candor here with us today. I do not wish to speak for you in any way or to push your level of comfort, but in the event there are commission members with questions, would you two be willing to entertain them?
Yes. Yes.
Does anyone have any questions for either Ms. Blackburn or Ms. Mulligan?
I just want to say blessings to both of you all. Your journey is very impactful and a good story we needed to hear. So thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you both very much for being here and for sharing yourself with us and everybody who is paying attention to what's happening in Kentucky right now. Thank you. We are now running very ahead at just about 2 o'clock. We have 2 individuals who have signed up for public comments. The first being Ms. Angela Parkerson. And if you would like, you can come sit right here at the table with the microphone. Every individual who has signed up for a public comment will have the same 5-minute limit that the commission members have had to ask their questions. And if you would just reference Ms. Telfair, she will have your time and will indicate when you're at 2 minutes and then red for stop. Ms. Parkinson, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you all for letting me come here today. And I just have a question for all of you guys. I heard several different numbers of how many Kentuckians have died or how many people died per day in the United States. And I'm not sure exactly what that number is, but I know that in Kentucky, 2021, over 2,000 people died. Also in 2022, over 2,000 people died again in 2022. My question for this panel is how many of those people could honestly, do we know for certain, can say they knew they were addicted to opioids and had what would be called an opioid use disorder? Because I lost my son in 2021. He was 24 years old. He had never suffered from a substance use disorder. He was, I guess, what a lot of people call a recreational user who was affected and impacted by the shutdown in 2020. And, you know, the introduction of fentanyl into the drug supply and the Mexican drug cartels, which make these pills that mimic pharmaceutical grade pills and they lace into cocaine that has all but replaced heroin. My question is only this, about this, because I know this is specific to this drug treatment. My only question is I know you're talking about 48 million to that, I don't remember the number you said, which if it saves a life, like she said, of her child, she would be willing to do it. And I certainly would too. I would say it would be worth it. My question to all of you is what, if anything, would you be willing to do to save someone like my child? And that's really all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Parkerson. In terms of the first question you asked about the fatalities that have played out, especially over the past 3 years, without having...
I can't hear you, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Make sure this is follow my own advice. Without having access to the individual medical histories of the folks who have passed away over the past 3 years from opioids, whether those are from non-fentanyl substances or fentanyl, it would be impossible to say how many individuals were dependent, or perhaps how many even knew they were dependent. One of the difficult dynamics related to fentanyl is its pervasiveness throughout the street economy is such that an individual who uses anything for very long very well could be opioid dependent and not even realize it because of the presence of fentanyl that is often unknown to the user unless they are predisposed to the instant fatal response that it induces. The second question, at least from my perspective, is what would we be willing to do? If I had a child who was opioid dependent or dependent on any substance that would inevitably take their life, I would do everything that I could possibly discover by way of the exercise of my knowledge to save their lives. And from this commission's perspective, that's the obligation we feel that we have to.
I guess
I'd like to answer the question as well.
Sure.
I think what a lot of people don't realize on this commission is that when we award grants to the people who have applied for them, there are categories of grants, and one is prevention. Angela, I think that part of what you're asking is what are we doing to for prevention programming, and we are. And I think that's where you're coming from. So that's part of what I think you're asking.
Yes, because for me in particular, especially as a mom and someone who had a child, education would have been the only thing that would have saved my son's life, because I never heard of fentanyl until the day when his dad called the coroner's office and said, when would we get our son's body? We thought he killed himself because we didn't know he didn't struggle, you know. And they said it would be very quick because we were like, oh my God, COVID? And they said, no, fentanyl. And we said, fentanyl? What is fentanyl? That's the first I ever heard it. I had never heard of Narcan. And you know, I go around wasting my own money and other parents' money to try to educate people and educate kids, because a lot of kids are just experimenting with things like vaping and smoking marijuana or taking a pill, and they don't understand that just one use, like you said, maybe they could be struggling with addiction, but when we come at it from the perspective of addiction, they don't see themselves in that because they haven't reached that point. Because typically, like it was said, you know, addiction is a progressive disorder where you would use more and more over the course of time and have these adverse effects. And fentanyl destroyed all of that, whereas someone like my son came in contact with the fentanyl pill and was dead within 6 months. And there was no struggle, there was no battle, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
May I say something? Along the lines of what you're talking about, the DEA has a program called One Pill Can Kill.
Right.
For this reason, one of the stats I didn't read because I didn't want to get in the weeds on it, but you're bringing it up. Fentanyl is being brought into this country from China through Mexico. DEA administrator met with my boss back a couple months ago in Atlanta, and they're arresting all these people that's doing these field presses and bringing it in. The problem is they're attacking 18 to 40-year-old people in this country. That's our war fighters, that's our people that's going to be working in providing for their families. That's their family creator. And its attack and education, I agree with you, is we've got to be out front, and this commission has committed to that, from prevention to treatment, whatever it may be, to get to work, because one pill can kill. It may be just an experimental, unfortunate experimental drug, but it can be your last.
And even being in the home recently in Louisville, at Jefferson and Bullitt County, there's been 2 children that died. Baby Cash was 3 years old. He was at his dad's home. None of them were using drugs, but someone in the home had it and done it, and they believe he touched a surface where it was, and he died. And then baby Cameron was 1, and she was at her dad's house, and her dad was a drug dealer, and he had visitation rights to her, and she died. So my great concern is for kids like my son, when they hear some of the messages meant for a specific audience through harm reduction, what they hear is drugs aren't that bad. Because part of what harm reduction put out was how to use fentanyl safely. And they said snort or smoke, don't inject, rest and hydrate, and listen to your body, carry naloxone, and don't use alone. So I asked them to put on that wording if you're struggling with a fentanyl addiction. And they refused to do that, because to me, I was just letting them know, if as a mother, when I'm trying to educate my child on the dangers of this, when a government entity is putting out how to use fentanyl safely, it undermines my authority of education, because I'm overreacting mom. And that's just kind of what I want to tell you guys, because I know everybody's life matters, and sometimes I feel like I'm the only one who kind of stands up for kids like mine, and kids who haven't quite reached that status to qualify for someone with a substance use disorder, who also very much matter, and I advocate for every single day. But I just pray and pray and pray that each one of you will do something to help people like my son as well.
Thank you.
Can I say something?
Sure.
I just want to thank you for your willingness to share today, and really just the bravery that you expressed in coming here and sharing your story and your son's story. And I did want to tell you that I don't want to speak for all the commission members, but I'll speak for myself and my boss that I represent here, that we do have Ms. Butcher on this commission, and I take her opinion very strongly. And it matters to me that her voice is here, and that there is a mom here who has experienced loss similar to you. And so I just want to encourage you in that she has a really strong voice here, and it matters to us, and that you do have an ally amongst us in that way, and the rest of us as well, so thank you.
And I do want to thank you all for your work too. I know sometimes the things I say, it sounds like I'm not, but I'm advocating as the voice my son never had, and the voice that many kids just like him don't have.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brett Waters.
Thank you very much for your time today, and for giving me a minute to speak. I'll be very brief. My name is Brett Waters. I am an attorney and the co-founder of Reason for Hope and the Veteran Mental Health Leadership Coalition. During the press conference announcing this proposal, I've already heard from a number of the ambassadors of Reason for Hope and members of our veteran coalition, many of whom have remarkable life-saving stories along the lines of the incredibly powerful stories that you just heard from Juliana and Jessica. And I just briefly wanted to note, there will be many more of those individuals coming back in a couple of months for the next hearings. You'll have a chance to hear further from them, as well as some of the providers of this treatment, particularly who have been offering it, IBA and 5-MeO-DMT in Mexico, who a number of the veterans within our coalition really have profound stories of healing that I think really get to a lot of the core ideas of what you've heard today, both from the subject matter experts and the patients, that extends beyond just something that saved their lives, but really had this spiritually significant breakthrough experience for them, where it's not just that they are alive now, but this treatment gave them the ability to live a life that they truly wanted to be living, and that's a very different thing, and that's something that is really can't be ignored here, because it is, you know, truly, you know, a paradigm shifting opportunity that we have, and you know, a lot of people, you know, there's our co-founder, Dr. Averill, who's a professor at Baylor College of Medicine. She co-authored a paper that, yeah, suggested, you know, for an incredibly large percentage of people consider, you know, this treatment they went through with Ibogaine and 5-MeO-DMT to be amongst the most spiritually significant, yeah, moments of their lives. So it really is a truly amazing opportunity that I think we have. And on that note, I, you know, wanted to respond to the question about whether other states are, you know, has there been discussions with other states? Absolutely, we are going out there and speaking with many other states, and I cannot thank the state of Kentucky and this commission enough for leading the way on this particular issue. I think that you will absolutely not be on an island, that Kentucky might be out front, you might be the first, but you will certainly not be the last, and I'm very confident that there are other states that are going to come forward, partner with Kentucky, and really, you know, I think that comparison to the Manhattan Project is an amazing one, and I'm very, very confident that other states are going to join in and really, you know, help build that public-private partnership to accelerate the timeline to provide this transformative, you know, potentially life-saving and really healing treatment option for people who are struggling, who are at risk of death by you know, overdose, who are at risk of suicide, and you know, this really is an amazing opportunity, and I cannot thank Kentucky enough for their leadership here, and you know, we look forward to supporting and working with you all to help move forward. So thank you again.
Thank you, Brad. This brings us to the conclusion of this hearing. We only had 2 witnesses sign up. I would like to thank my fellow commission members who are also committed to professional and personal lives outside of the context of the commission's work, for making themselves available for this extended hearing on Abatement. And last but not least, I would like to thank my friend, Attorney General Daniel Cameron, for having the courage and vision to lend a good shepherd's hand to the exploration of all potential humanitarian means by which we may achieve generational victory over the opioid epidemic. Thank you, sir, for your leadership. We are adjourned.